guys, welcome back to Modern Day Debates. We have a good one today. We got Rob Noerr going against Leslie, and if you guys could repeat the exact prompt one more time, just so we're all on the same page. Robert, you got that?
Yeah, no problem. It is Christian nationalism bad for society?
Okay. So before we get started, I just want to remind everyone, like the video, subscribe if you're one of the viewers of the other channel and you're watching on ours, because we have debates like this all the time, as well as tons of different topics in the same sphere. And get your tickets to DebateCon 8 coming up. I believe Rob will be there, right?
I will. I'll just be drinking and setting up tables and stuff, but I mean,
excellent. We need more tables.
That's the reason to go in the first place, right?
Yep. And then we got Andrew Wilson versus Dinesh D'Souza, Destiny, and then an event this coming weekend, I believe, in North Carolina. So lots of stuff going on, guys. We appreciate y'all being here. And last thing I want to mention is a huge shout out to, we got a couple new Patreon members that are at the VIP level. So I just want to shout out Oliver Catwell, Andrew Barry, and Patrick O'Neill. Thanks for your support, guys. All right, so without further ado, we're going to get into the opening statements. You can have 5 to 10 minutes. You don't have to use the whole 10 minutes. You don't have to use the whole 5 minutes. And then we'll turn it over to the opposition there, I believe, since the affirmative typically goes first. And then we'll do the open dialogue right after. And then I typically like to cut it 5 minutes short and let you guys do a little closing statement if you want. Not Sounds necessary good. To have it prepared, and if you want to just go straight into the Q&A because you don't want to say one, we tend to give people that option because sometimes it's impromptu debates being set up and they don't have time. Anyways, moving on, we're going to go ahead, turn it over to the affirmative to lay out an opening statement, and I'm going to mute up. You guys get to it, and I'll start the timer.
I guess that's me, so I'll go.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I thought Rob was affirmative there.
No.
My bad.
No, I think Leslie's the affirmative. She's arguing that it is bad. Yep, no problem.
All right, Leslie, we're going to start it whenever you start talking.
Okay. All right, so obviously my position is that Christian nationalism is bad for society for 3 main reasons. It creates a society that is oppressive, one that opposes critical thought, and also one that creates a culture of intolerance and delusion. I just want to be clear first on what Christian nationalism is. I could say that it is elevating Christianity to that of a national identity, where Christian values are positioned to dominate politically, culturally, and socially. So I guess we can all be good, moral, decent citizens living in the way of God. I guess that's a nice way of saying it, but in reality, I live in reality. It's really just a ploy to use religion to gain power and establish a patriarchy. When I review the primary and underlying tenets of Christian nationalism, it is essentially that the U.S. was meant to be a Christian nation, that you're a true American only if you're a true Christian, that Christians should be governing the governing bodies of all aspects of society, from governments to media to education or to the home. There is the rhetoric of spiritual warfare that it supports, which is, I guess, by all means, which includes battle to defend Christian nationalism. Oftentimes, the concept of white Christian nationalism comes into the equation, which essentially advocates for white Christian dominance. Under the umbrella of this all, men are positioned as the head. It is anti-feminist, anti-LGBTQ, anti-abortion, basically what I said, pro-male, and whether they want to admit it or not, pro-white headship. So I'll get into why this is bad for society. The snowball effect of all of this is what I alluded to earlier. It creates a restrictive, intolerant, and delusional society. I'll start with religion. Religious freedom is supposed to be protected in the First Amendment. That's your amendment. Just to be clear, I'm Canadian. I am in Canada, so that's your amendment. So you have literally gone against the Constitution by alienating non-Christians. This is the beginning of your downhill slide into no longer being a free society. When it comes to women's rights, women are expected to be resigned to roles of homemaking and motherhood. I would think that in the past centuries, it should have been made abundantly clear that women are not a monolith. We don't all want the same things. So someone would have to explain to me why it is good to have more than half of your society basically fit into one box. There's the opposition or restriction of reproductive rights. This is not only unjust, it is one-sided, and it is dangerous. I don't there are doctors that will tell you the fatal or even near fatal complications of not being able to perform abortions because it suddenly became illegal. Christian nationalist societies can actually destroy businesses that can no longer operate under Christian order. So you have to consider what the economic consequences. These banned goods and services can precede what is the creation of a black market. This, of course, is connected to the rise of criminality. You're also introducing a surveillance society. So you have to ask yourself, how much of your life do you want to be monitored to ensure that you are a good Christian? A Christian nationalist society discourages creative thought or modern or opposing thought outside of the Christian realm. So ask yourself, what individualism can one maintain if they are expected to think and behave according to one manner? What levels of persecution, criminalization will be reintroduced for those who think, speak, or act non-Christian-like? This would be a good time to mention the LGBTQ community. Again, because what methods are going to be used to persecute or criminalize their behavior? I mentioned the word delusional a few times because the belief that a Christian nationalist society is going to fix all of today's social and moral problems and set us on the right track, it sounds great, but it's actually entirely unrealistic. It is not going to end abortion. Pornography is an example of a system that nationalists want banned. You're not going to get rid of that either. In fact, I mentioned something about the creation of black markets. This is exactly where abortion and black markets are going to end up. Sorry, abortion and pornography is going to end up. In terms of the LGBT community, you're not going to get rid of them. You don't have to agree with their lifestyle, but forcing them into hiding due to stigmatizing is a band-aid that is not the cure that you will be hoping for. The AIDS epidemic, this might be slightly off topic, is a great reminder why this is probably a bad thing. The government being slow to act due to anti-gay sentiments was actually a significant reason why the AIDS epidemic became what it was. So just think about that. Bearing all this in mind, you are essentially fundamentally announcing to this community, women and people of color, that they are no longer, that they are relegated to second-class citizenship, which is collectively over half of your population. So I guess civil rights just went out the window. Just a reminder, the church was authority that was used to justify slavery in America. It is not a coincidence that white supremacist groups with a history of violence have historically been aligned with Christian nationalism or distorted forms of Christianity. There have been groups like the KKK, the Aryan Nation. A more example is the Proud Boys, who were known for their political violence and related to the January 6th storming of the nation's capital. So just to be clear, entitlement to violence, untethered public disturbance is not a good thing, especially when hate is the underlying emotion. Everything that I just mentioned, that is part of the Christian nationalist snowball effect. It is not speculation. It is not hypothetical. This has happened before in history under societies that chose to enmesh church with state. In fact, the church as the ultimate power has included a history of long-standing corruption, persecution, and extreme brutality. This is why Christian nationalism, which is basically church, state, and church and state entwined, it is religion as power and actually aligned with violent agendas. Altogether, you will end up with no longer a free or free-thinking society that could potentially be ready to incite a civil war.
All right. Is that the rest? You're going to concede the rest of your time? Can you hear me?
Leslie, did you hear him?
Yeah, I'm good. That's it.
All right. I was just making sure my mic wasn't messed up. Okay, Rob, I'll start your time as soon as you start talking, buddy.
All right, Mike, Big Mike, thanks for being here. Leslie, thanks so much for being here. Should be a fun debate. So the first thing to say is Christian nationalism bad for society. It seems clear that this isn't referencing just our societies. Though I'm happy to have that conversation, talking specifically about the United States or in your case, Canada. We have to define the term Christian nationalism, obviously, and this might be a point of contention in this debate, though. To be fair, the way she originally described it in her opening statement, I tend to agree. When I talk about Christian nationalism and why I think it's a good thing, I mean that we as individuals that make up society should be Christian, embrace our Christian principles, use those principles to inform our morality, to shape culture, and to shape our laws. And then we should elect people that share those Christian values in order to help influence culture and society. For me, that is an embracement of Christian nationalism. And to any extent that we have a disagreement on that, I'd be interested to hear from Leslie whether she thinks our society currently is Christian nationalist or if it's trending that way, trending the opposite way, etc. And to illustrate some countries that she think would be Christian nationalism wouldn't. I contend that if we move closer to embracing the tenets of Christianity, even if it turns out that the religion would be false or there's arguments about what specific denomination, all of that's uninteresting for me for the purposes of the debate. I think that embracing these sort of values that we see that comes from the Bible and through Christianity, particularly the New Testament, are things that universally would make life better for almost everyone. She could say that even, by the way, even people that are non-Christian, I believe that would be the case. She could say that Christian nationalism would lead to this terrible policy, or this denomination would say this. I don't think that's the case whatsoever. In fact, many Christians have a diverse range of views on certain topics and certain specific laws. However, there is broad-ranging agreement on what it means to be moral, and there's at least an attempt to point to an objective source for what truth and morality is. The problem is, as we askew from that and move away from that, what we see is the concept of morality becomes totally subjective, which justifies all sorts of insane abuses and insane sort of claiming different positions to justify the means will always means that you're allowed to do those based on the ends. The ends always will justify the means in a subjective morality. With all the complaints about Christianity and all the terrible things it leads to, let's not forget, most of the modern world today that attributes many of the rights that she would say to champion comes about because of the benefits of societies that believed in a Christian God. In fact, most societies, including societies we still see today that don't embrace a Christian ethic, or at least come from a culture that originally embraced those Christian ethics, still have things like open-air slavery, women being treated as literal property. We see all sorts of heinous things occurring, not just throughout history, but to this day. We only look to countries that tried to shirk Christianity and say that it was something to be banned or something to strive away from, like the Soviet Union, and see the horrors that it implied. Oftentimes what we see is the very people that criticize Christianity and Christian nationalism do so only because they're comfortable because of the societies that Christians have created that allow them to have these rights. Who else is so benevolent that we allow people to openly disagree with us in countries that our ideology created? And it's not just the United States. These are beliefs that would be universal, that applied would be better for societies around the world. Of course, there are things you could point to that would be negatives depending on what your subjective interpretation. And it appears my opponent is a non-Christian. It'll be interesting to see where her morality comes from. How can she judge what is good or bad or what values we should push for if there's no objective way that she could even point to try? It'll end up being something like, well, it's just what's universally better for people, which will come down to her subjective opinion. Most of the horrors that she's talking about are just farcical anyways. The benefits to Christian nationalism would be as follows. It's created these amazing societies that we see. Pushing for it would push for an ethic where we could see things that all Christians would agree with, like the importance and sanctity of life, discouraging things like criminality, like thievery, things that we see in the Ten Commandments, respect for people. All of these things come from not just Christian society, but also the Western countries, and yes, including many countries that are historically white. I wouldn't bring race into it, but she brings it in twice. One, she talks about Christianity being used as the impetus for slavery. It couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, much of the slavery was ended by countries that consider themselves Christian. Meanwhile, countries that aren't Christian not only continue to engage in slavery, but were doing it all the while. What was the religion of the Africans that put people on boats to send them across the seas? We don't talk about that, though. We only scream about the Christians that actually fought wars in order to end this barbaric practice. And of course, no Christians are perfect, and there have been societies that have done bad things that claim to be Christian. But overarchingly, there's a reason that everyone's trying to get into the West from all around the world, in these countries that were made great primarily because of the morality that lied through the foundational principles that created these countries through Christianity. We don't see people clamoring to get into the Islamic societies, do we? In any society she points to that says, but see, this is more secular and they're better, most of them still are predominantly Christian. They just don't have an official church anymore. And even still, to the effect that they are successful societies, it's because they embrace these Christian values in the first place that allowed their societies to get to the point that what we are. The truth is, we need to go back more towards that Christianity, because what has happened is the secularist mindset and progressivism that came with it is leading to worse and worse outcomes all across the Western world. For example, the progressive mindset is what's leading to mass migration. Now we have grooming gangs in formerly Christian countries like the United Kingdom, where hundreds of thousands of domestic women and young girls have been assaulted in the most heinous of ways. Why? People from those cultures don't have the values of Christianity to think that that sort of thing's wrong. In fact, many of the Muslims that do that do so, and they've been said in their court trials to say, our religion gives us the right to do these things. So to put slavery at the feet of Christianity is absurd. Could people that were Christians have engaged in Christianity? Sure. Should that be condemned? Of course. But what society is better? What society didn't engage in those practices? And many of those societies still do. The tenets of Christianity are what allowed these Western nations that had the might and could have done what they want and conquered the world and did force themselves on any country they wanted. Instead, they were benevolent because of their Christian values. She makes other claims. She says that it'll lead to a delusional society. How so? I'd be happy to have the conversation with you where ethics come from. It's not delusional at all to believe that we have a creator, that we are made in his image, that Christ was his son, and that he had given his life that we could have salvation from our sins. It's only the arrogant and the atheists that think that they somehow know better, and that that itself is an act of delusion. Is it any more delusional than thinking that we all came about in some big bang, that we were created by nothing and go back to nothing and there's no meaning in anything? I think not. I think when I see my 5-year-old son, I understand the spirit of the fruits of the Lord and how beautiful creation is, and how that it's not delusional, nor is it something that is devoid of critical thought to talk about the importance of that and how that inspires me to become a better person. Under your worldview, I would question, what makes you want to be a better person? How do we even define what a better person would be? Again, I'm not saying that you have to be Christian. Many of the things she criticizes in the Christian nationalist society would be that you couldn't be other practices. Untrue. Countries that have been Christian nationalist in the past, or have been in the definition I have, including the United States in different ways that it moves, absolutely allows the practice of other religions. I'm merely stating that we as Christians, as the majority of this country, and the country that was founded on principles of Christians and deists, should embrace that for our morality.
2 minutes left,
Is it
Rob.
Is it okay for Leslie or people like her to use their morality and their philosophy to inform how they vote and how they want to structure culture? Of course. It's only the Christian that's told, no, it's anathema. You can't do that. For you to use your worldview and where you get your morality and use that to embrace sort of the societal principles, culture, and laws that you want is somehow immoral and somehow to be avoided. She talks about oppression and how it's about hate. What sounds to me oftentimes like it's actually the atheist or the secularist that hates the Christian more than the Christian seeks to say that they hate others. Some specific issues we'll talk about that I think are important are things like abortion and reproductive rights. I'm sorry, I totally respect anybody's right to sort of have self-autonomy. However, that ends when you're destroying another life. And I think the practice of killing millions of unborn children is barbaric and is something that we should avoid. The argument that, well, that could lead to people going underground, then my question in return would be, okay, is there anything you wouldn't make illegal? Because we can't eliminate anything. Anything could actually go underground. So should murder be legal? Overall, I think you'll see throughout this debate that much of the fear-mongering she's doing here is not things that would occur under my system. Ask yourself this, if you're Christian or not, do you want to be in the West, the countries that were founded on religious principles? Of course. Do you think that the people that are religious now have the right to use that religion, in this case Christianity, to inform their culture and their laws, as opposed to being shamed and told that they have to shut up and somehow it's offensive or abusive to do so? Of course that should be the case. At the end of the day, we all should have the right to use our own religion and our own moral framework in order to change culture and to change our laws. Seeing as how the United States is overwhelmingly Christian and was founded by settlers that used these principles to make this greatest country in the world, I think we should return to those roots, embrace that Christianity. And the best thing for Leslie is not only be a better society for me, it'll be a better society for her as well.
Perfect. Right on 10 minutes. Awesome. Okay, well, we can get into the open dialogue / rebuttal section where you can argue points, cross-examine each other. All I ask is that you guys be respectful, let each other finish a response if you ask a question. And then if you do get asked a question, answer the question before you ask a question. That would be ideal for everyone. All right. And then if it gets too heated, I will go to timed responses. We'll agree on what that time should be based on how long you each are taking. But yeah, I think we could be cordial and chat can be cordial. Like the video. We only have about 30 likes, but there's almost 400 people in here. No excuse. And yeah, we'll turn it over whenever you're ready. I believe, if Leslie, if you want to respond to anything he said in his opening, or vice versa, whoever kind of is interested in going first there.
Do you agree, do we sort of agree on Christian nationalism? Is my definition acceptable to you? That is Christians embracing their Christianity, using that to inform how they vote, how they structure society, both culturally and politically, and then voting for people that are Christian to use those values to inform their policy. Is that fair?
No, I actually think that's a pretty vague and convenient idea. I just want to be clear also, because you conflated and assumed a lot of what I said. I don't have a problem with Christianity. Christianity is not the problem. The problem becomes when that becomes the rule of law and you're using that to dictate law. A Christian nationalist society is essentially an enmeshing of church and state. So
Oh,
you can be a Christian and you can believe what you want to believe. I don't have a problem with Christianity. But
has the United
when that becomes the rule of law, this is when the problems start. And history has told us that when the church has had significant authority, it ends up with you have the problems of a surveillance state. You have a problem with persecution and criminalization for anything that comes in opposition to what is part of a Christian view. You also have the inclusion of distorted views of Christianity. So that is not the definition. The definition that you provided, I think it's a safe and convenient one, but that's really not what encompasses all of Christian nationalism.
Okay,
It
so
is what I said: power and patriarchy, religion as power, and to reestablish patriarchy.
okay, but that seems to be a proprietary definition from you. One, can you tell me where that definition comes from?
This is based on my research and observation of people who identify themselves as Christian nationalism and how it is defined in various
Would you agree
platforms
with me
as
at this? Would you agree with me at
Christian
this? The
nationalism.
literature on this is all over the place on what is Christian nationalism. If you talk to 10 different people that identify as Christian nationalism, you'll probably get 10 different responses, correct?
Okay, that's fair. That's your experience.
So then let's bog it down. For example, I could read one that's very close to what I had is from Taylor Anderson, who actually has a degree in sort of what's his specific degree? He was a top graduate with a BA in Christian Studies, has his MA in Christian history, right? His definition is as follows. Christian nationalism is understood as a movement that seeks to preserve or promote a Christian national identity. This entails national unity over preservation of Christian ideals, ethics, and values in the public square, as well as the autonomy needed to protect such national priorities from foreign hostilities. That basically is what I'm saying. We are Christians. We use that to inform our culture, our law. We elect people that are Christian, and they do that to embrace that. That doesn't mean that we have an official church. And in fact, most people that identify as Christian nationalism, most of them don't say that we have some official state church. So I guess my question would be, why should my definition of what I identify first, a two-part question. Why should we reject my definition? And if we embrace my definition, would you say, yes, that's something that you think would be good for society?
The definition that you read right now is actually closer to what is I guess a general view of what Christian nationalism is. So that I can that I agree with, because again you're speaking to Christian identity as a national identity, and that's where it becomes problematic.
Well, right, but that doesn't mean that we have an official state church, correct?
So, but saying church and state is just saying that basically the church or the Christian church is the authority. So it's the same thing.
Well, no. I don't think that at all. The definition I read said nothing about the official church being an authority. It talks about us being Christians, sharing those values, promoting them, and the country acknowledging, yes, this is a country of Christian. That's where these values come from. And we seek to protect the autonomy to practice that. It doesn't say anything about the church being an official arbiter of the laws. I don't think that's necessary at all.
What you just said is that you're a Christian, you're voting for Christians to be empowered.
Correct.
You're Christian, you want that to inform your law. In that
Correct.
instance, that Christianity now becomes the rule of law. That
So
is that.
then you accept
So
that my
basically, we agree on the same thing in
okay,
terms of
you
the
accept
definition.
my definition that we can,
Yeah.
for the purpose of this debate, Christian nationalism is Christians embracing their Christianity, getting their moral framework for there, and moving culture and politics in that direction, voting for people that are Christians in order to promote that culture. We agree that for the purposes of this, that's Christian nationalism.
Yes.
And you think that's a bad thing?
Yes.
Is there any group of people in any country you know, other than Christians, that you would say it would be immoral for them to use their religion or their philosophy to inform the direction they want the country to go?
Is there, are you using, I can use an example of religion, but
Okay, so
in terms of a society that is Christian government, Christian lawmakers, has to be Christian. Most societies that are considered developed they may have Christians within their society, but the concept is of a democracy, and a democracy and a Christian nationalist society does not coincide.
I'll not. You just said that Christian nationalism is just Christians voting the way that they want to make laws that fall in line with their religion. If 90% of the country is Christian and they vote in unison that they want Christian policies, how's that anti-democratic?
Well, eventually it is not going to become democratic. I think what you are saying is a pleasant way of going about it. But if you look at the individuals that are part of the Christian nationalist movement, they are not interested in well, we'll just have a couple of us voting for society, and hopefully we'll have Christian lawmakers, a few Christian lawmakers. The intent is to have a Christianity as the rule of law. That is the intent. That is the intended outcome.
No, but that's you putting words into people's mouth. You've agreed. How do you know what my intent is as a Christian who wants Christianity to inform my cultural and voting preferences? How do you know what my intent is? You're just speaking because you've read some people, I don't even know who, but you've read some people that had some outcomes you don't like. It'd be no different than, do you mind if I ask what your religion is, by the way?
I don't consider myself extremely religious, but I believe in a God. And you already
so you're like a deist. You believe in some.
And you already assumed that I was anti-Christian based on
I do. I assume you're anti-Christian because I assume you're anti-Christian,
but I'm not. And
I assume you're
anti-Christian. Let's let her respond there fully.
And then this is why it is important to make a distinction between being okay with Christianity and not being okay with Christianity being the rule of law.
Okay, I assumed you were anti-Christian because you said the following things. You said it leads to a patriarchy. It leads to the justification of slavery. It leads to a destruction of women's rights. It leads to the destruction of the LGBT. You didn't say that Christian nationalism leads to that. You implied Christianity itself leads to those. So you'll acknowledge then there is nothing, in your words, is there anything about Christianity that says that women can't work, that they have gender roles, that they should stay in the home? Christianity doesn't speak to that, is your claim?
So, Leslie, you can respond to that question directly, as briefly or as long as you want, and then you can circle back to whatever you were going to say right before that question.
Okay. I said that this is what life looks like under a Christian nationalist society. And under a Christian nationalist society, the concept is to reinstate a patriarchy. Women are regulated to the home. It is promoting a women not necessarily looking for careers outside of the home. It is an anti-LGBTQ agenda. It is an anti it is based an anti-feminist agenda. And whether or not there are individuals who want to admit it, there is a reason why white supremacist groups are heavily aligned with the movement of Christian nationalism. This is not all me just pulling things out of a hat. There's a reason why all of these things coincide under what is considered Christian nationalism. And this is why I said that under a Christian nationalist society, I didn't say Christianity, I said under a Christian nationalist society, this is what you are, this is the world that you're expected to live in.
All right. So one, like you do, I haven't got an answer. Does Christianity itself, is it anti-LGBT?
Depends which Christian you're talking to, but most Christians, yes, but not
Okay, so then
not
that
all
would be
Christians. Not all
that would be a
Christians.
criticism of Christianity and not just Christian nationalism, correct?
Again, it depends what Christian you're
So,
talking to, and it depends what part of the Bible that you're referring
so
to.
I think then when I said that it seems that you're being some hostile towards Christianity, I don't think that that's out of order. I think that's clearly what's going on. Secondly, let's take these piece by piece. You say that Christian nationalism would mean that women, it would be a movement to force women into the home so they couldn't work, correct?
I believe that that's one of the underlying
Can you
motives.
show me one prominent Christian nationalist that suggested that?
I can't tell you a prominent Christian nationalist that has suggested that, but I know that based on my research, that, and those who support the concept of Christian nationalism, that's one of the underlying motives, or that's one of the underlying agendas.
So just to be clear, you have no examples. You've agreed that Christian nationalism is quite simply Christians saying, we get our morality from Christianity. We want the culture and the law to represent that. And then voting people that are Christians that use that same morality. And you don't have any examples, but you say, that will lead to Christians saying women are not allowed to work. Let me ask you this. Given that Christian nationalism is quite literally just Christians voting for their beliefs, do you have any evidence that suggests that more than 50% of Christians believe that it should be illegal for women to leave the house or work? Any evidence whatsoever?
Any evidence that it is illegal for Christian?
That if Christians vote their conscience, which is Christian nationalism, and vote for their religion, right, that more than 50% of Christians in this country, or in Canada, or any other country for that matter, think that it should be illegal for a woman to work or to leave the home.
No, but there are organizations that support that.
Oh, can you name one?
I can search for one, but that's
I'd be happy. I would bet that that's a very fringe organization, and that is not a very Christian view. Instead, what most Christians believe are there are predefined rules for men and women, and that biblically it made sense for men to sort of be the providers and to be the head of households, just like when we go to church, the order is that the leaders of the church are the sort of bridge between God and us, and then we are to follow them. The same in the household. The man is supposed to be the bridge to God. The woman's supposed to listen and help raise children, etc. But those are not to be enshrined in law. And in fact, when we were a more Christian society, it was never illegal for women to work. That's the next question I have for you. Do you think at one point the United States was Christian nationalist?
I think at one point there was a point in American history where the church had significant influence over. When I say the church, I don't mean like a specific church. I mean
Okay.
just religion as a whole had significant influence over society.
When was that? The foundation?
It was maybe during the time of the Salem witch trials, for example.
The Salem witch trials. So one thing that happened in one area that, by the way, has been blown massively out of proportion. You think at that point, federally, we were Christian nationalists?
I think that it was closer to being to recognizing the church as a state. You can look at the part of American history when there was slavery, where the church was used to justify why slavery should continue. You can look at the indigenous genocide. The Christianity is related to why, or religion is related to why that was justified. You can look at, I mentioned the Salem witch trial. Hundreds of people lost their lives. Innocent people lost their lives because, again, there is the indication of a church being authority and deciding who's guilty, who's not, based on concepts of heresy. There is there has always been the entrenchment of Christianity versus Christianity / religion, and brutal racist supremacist groups, and that is not a coincidence. So there has always been religion entrenched in American society, but somewhere along the lines, I guess it became a more liberal society, and
Okay.
which is
I guess that
what
the
is
reason
society now getting, which is why society is now saying, I guess now we need to go back to being a Christian nationalist.
All right, Leslie, we'll let Rob respond to a couple of those statements you made, and please give him the time and go ahead,
Yeah.
Rob.
The reason I'm asking is I'm just trying to get a feel for it. Do you think at the foundation of this country it was what you would consider Christian nationalist? That it was Christians voting for their principles, et cetera, as we've outlined. Do you feel that it's simple? If you don't think so, just say no. It seems odd if it was built as not Christian nationalist, then became it because of the Salem witch trials, and now it's not again. That seems odd. So I think your answer would be yes, that it was Christian nationalist based on your definition at the foundation. Do you agree?
It could not have been a Christian nationalist at the start. However, Christian religion has always had a significant amount of authority. But if your constitution stated that there's freedom of religion at the time of your independence, it could not have been, technically speaking, America could not have been founded as a Christian laicist society. However, religion has always had an important position of authority in American society.
That's sort of begging the question. So what you've officially,
if it didn't, you wouldn't have individuals now that are trying to revert back to that to that better, great, or more moral time in history.
it's sort of begging the question. What you've said is you've outlined exactly what Christian nationalists would be. It would be Christians that are voting their conscience, etc. We've talked about, obviously, that's what the foundation of this country was about. In fact, we had states that had religious tests to even be able to vote. And federally, the Constitution said that's okay. They didn't say you couldn't do that, right? The concept of freedom of speech is different. That says the government can't restrict your right to say something. That doesn't say that you're not allowed to vote your religion and your conscience, which is what we've agreed Christian nationalism is. It's quite clear that, in fact, we see straight from the Declaration of Independence, the fact that we're talking about things coming from a higher power, invoking God's name. It's clear that this was part and parcel, that our founding fathers here in the United States thought that it was absolutely important. That's why they guaranteed you freedom of religion. You should be allowed to use your religion and practice it, and there's nothing wrong with using that in order to inform how you vote politically. The reason I brought that up was something you said in your opening statement, which I found quite funny, but you re-entrench here. You say, but that's antithetical to the First Amendment. No, not at all. You can't say we weren't Christian nationalists because these Christian leaders allowed you to speak freely. In fact, that proves the opposite. It doesn't prove that we weren't more akin to Christian nationalism. It proves that under a Christian nationalist society, people were free to vocalize disagreements. You weren't forced to practice Christianity whatsoever. And so I would contend that the example actually disproves what you're suggesting. I could do the same thing to you. I could say, well, under your framework of not embracing Christianity or saying that it shouldn't be used, we have things like secularism that led to the Bolshevik Revolution that led to 50 million people dying and being murdered. Or I could say, when you say slavery groups, I could say the fact that blacks are 27 times more likely to kill a white than vice versa has to do with blacks that aren't entrenching in Christianity. People in black communities that tend to go to church more aren't involved in those statistics whatsoever. So again, we could cherry pick and say certain bad people have claimed to be this religion and done stuff. I think there are way more bad people in our current society that choose to revoke religion and Christianity in particular, which leads to all sorts of worse outcomes.
So I don't understand you bring the some of your examples. Are you saying that then by creating this Christian nationalist society that all of a sudden we get rid of certain crimes and all of a sudden we have a much more moral society?
I don't think it would get rid of crimes. Nowhere would I suggest there be utopia. What I think is if we embrace more of a Christian ethics when it comes to the way we do laws and the way we form our culture, we'll get away from the materialist pursuits that have led things like declining birth rights, increased abortion, increased violent crime, increased sort of interest in bringing in people who are affecting the rest of the world as opposed to looking out for the interest of the people of this country. So yes, I think the closer we get to Christianity embraced as a culture certainly would lead to better outcomes, but never perfect. I would never suggest that. One thing we could talk about specifically, do you think that the murder of children is something that is a high priority and things that we should challenge and try to avoid?
Or when you say murder of children, are you speaking about abortion?
Sure.
Okay, well, you would have to. I don't agree that that's the murder of children. So
when does life begin?
Sorry, what's the question?
When does life begin?
when you are a living, breathing human being, and when you're in the world?
So
But I should also ask you, what is there a difference between life and living?
yes, living is the present tense of life, but
Okay. If
the
you're
question, but
if you are a vegetable right now, are you alive?
yes,
Would you call that living?
yes.
You would call that having an excellent quality of life in terms of what, in terms of as a medical for
Whoa, whoa,
medical
whoa, whoa. Who said excellent quality? But you're adding qualifiers that I never put on. I would say it's life and it's living. I think there's a lot of people that aren't vegetables that aren't living an excellent quality of life, largely because they don't embrace a Christian ethic. But that doesn't mean I would deem that their life's not worthy and therefore exterminate them, as you suggest when it comes to the unborn. Given that you're let me ask you, let's get into the details. If a woman is 9 months pregnant and decides 2 days before her due date she doesn't want the child, seeing as how you don't think that it's quote living, should she be allowed to exterminate that child?
At that point, the child if it's a fully formed, which is the reason why abortion is only allowed up to a certain term.
That's not true
What is,
whatsoever. There are plenty of laws in specific states that say that's not the case. For example, in New York, their law specifically says that a woman and a doctor, for reasons of affecting her health, I forget the way that it's actually explained in the actual court cases that have litigated this in New York, but basically the specific language it says is if there's distraught or harm to the woman, and they define harm as the following things: physical harm, financial harm, emotional harm, mental harm. Now, I'm not trying to get too personal, but I assume you know someone in your adult life that's been pregnant, whether it
yeah,
be yourself or someone. Would you say they went through emotional pain?
I would say so.
Yes, that means that under the New York law that you're literally legally allowed to have an abortion up till 9 months. All the doctor and the woman have to say is, I was undergoing mental, emotional, and physical anguish, and that abortion would be legal. Would you at least admit that that's grotesque to have an abortion like that?
I can't say it's grotesque. I would say because it's
Is it murder?
I don't know how to respond to that, because I don't consider it, unless you are alive in the world or in the world. I can't consider it necessarily murder. And murder in itself
Okay,
is be a subjective.
but
It's
given what you just
subjective in itself.
defined, you said, no, 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 that is a living human being at 9 months. That's what you said. So then it should be clear that that's something that you would say is murder, that we should avoid that, correct? And now you're like, well, I don't want to answer it once you find out that
Well,
laws like New York
when
allows it.
you're outside the womb, you are a living human being.
Okay, so then abortion should be allowed under any circumstances before you're outside the womb because you're not a living human being.
Not at that time.
But what's the distinction? If you're not a living human being at 9 months in the womb, why is it that you differentiate and say that's not a living human being, but also you shouldn't be allowed to abort? What's that principle? Where's that come from? If it's not life, what's the principle that we shouldn't be allowed to take it away if the woman chooses?
Well, okay. Well, first of all, you are determining abortion based on whether on what you determine to be a living human being versus whether it is justifiable or not. You first need to ask me what is my concept on or what is my belief on bringing unwanted children to the world. I don't think you should bring unwanted children into the world. I should also ask you, is your belief on abortion based on what you believe, or is it what is your Christian belief? Because my next question is, where is abortion mentioned in the Bible to tell
It
you
is
that
based it is based on both. It is based both on my belief as a Christian in the sanctity of life, and God says He knew us in even before we were in the womb, which implies that He knows us as living beings in this human life, even while we're in the womb. And also, I think that the scientific community, it is amazing. Even if the best evidence shows that life begins at conception, but even if you want to take it further than that, it is quite clear that any abortion after the first trimester is murder and barbaric. And so, both in a religious sense and a scientific
that's your
sense.
opinion.
And it seems
but
let me finish real quick. I promise. You may say that it's my opinion, etc., but you didn't really answer the question. You've sort of been all over the place, and this gets to the point where I'm going with the idea of ethics and truth. I don't know how you could ground it. Just saying that you're a deist, you believe there's a God. Where does your truth come from? And we can see right now the reason to embrace Christianity and objective truth, even in this conversation. You've seemed to waffle on whether or not we should be allowed to kill a 9-month child in the womb. You don't really have an explanation. You're just like, well, it's not a life, but we shouldn't take it, but maybe we should allow. And then you talk about not bringing unwanted children in. Okay, I'll ask you this. Seeing as how you've conceded the child 9 months into the womb isn't a living human, and if we say that this woman doesn't want the child, so it's unwanted, should she be allowed to exterminate it?
In a sense of an abortion, it is that maybe not a right thing to say or a nice thing to say, but that is I can see why that's justifiable. But I asked you a question before: where is abortion mentioned in the Bible?
I said, God said, I knew you before you were in the womb.
No, where is it specifically mentioned in the Bible that abortion is a sin or a crime, or it is explicitly mentioned? It's not.
Again, just because it doesn't say the word abortion, and by the way, I must inform you that I'm not the biggest theologian, nor will I claim to be able to quote scripture or anything like that in an impressive way. What I said was I gave you my interpretation of God saying he knew us even before we were in the womb. We were formed, we were human, our spirit was human, right? Given that, and the Bible clearly says that murder is wrong. You don't disagree with that, right?
The Bible also advocates in certain parts of the Bible when it's okay to attack or kill certain groups of people. So is
Sure.
murder wrong or not?
Yes, that wouldn't be murder if it's
when is murder right or wrong if it is advocated in certain parts of the Bible? Why is it okay for you as a Christian to pick or choose what is okay to follow? You just said an interesting word right there, interpretation, because you said that I had an interpretation of life and what constitutes life, but you said that your interpretation of abortion is so on and so forth. But again, this is why it is.
All right, Leslie,
it becomes problematic when a Christian Christian is the identity.
Leslie, can I stop you for a second? You asked him a question, and I wanted to give him a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the details, right? Murder is unjustified killing. So a killing that is justified is not murder. You agree with that, right?
Killing unjustified is murder?
It's all killing murder.
No.
Okay. So in instances of the Bible where it talks about the need to kill people, it wouldn't be murder because God is the truth. And therefore, if he said to do it, it was not wrong. Now, I'll turn the question. You could till you're blue in the face say, I think your interpretation of the Bible is wrong. You could actually be right. But at least I'm pointing to a source of objective truth, even if my interpretation's wrong. How do you determine what is murder? Where do your ethics come from? How do you know when the taking of a life is justified or not? In my interpretation, and I think I think almost the entirety of the scientific community would agree, you just said it's okay to kill a 9-month baby in the womb. That's the killing of an innocent life. Why is it okay for you to subjectively say, well, that killing's okay, but Rob, how could you believe in a Bible that says some killing's okay? How are you not falling for the very same thing?
Why is it okay for you to determine what everybody's concept of abortion would be when you yourself called it an interpretation? You yourself called the Bible, which you use your frame of reference as to why abortion should be disallowed and why it's considered murder. You yourself admit that the Bible is even contradictory in terms of what is when it's okay to murder and when it's not. So why is it okay for the Bible to say when it's okay to murder and when it's not, and it's not okay for a person to determine what they consider murder and what they don't consider murder? If I don't consider abortion murder, why do you have the right to tell me otherwise?
Okay.
Your own Bible tells you the same thing.
All right. One, why do you answer my questions with questions? That would be number one. So I noticed that you avoided the question, but I will answer your question and then turn it back to you. Let's concede for a second that you're correct, that everything I'm saying is totally subjective, that I have a complete wrong reading of the Bible and the Bible's not true anyways, or whatever you might want to say. And so therefore we shouldn't preference my view on what murder is when applying to abortion and the killing of unborn life. Okay, why should we prefer your priority? What you've effectively said is this: well, because we think the Bible's subjective, you shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion and vote on when you think abortion should be legal or not, and say that you think it's murder. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. However, me, who has a complete subjective morality and has my own unique interpretation, I should be allowed to say that it's legal to take this life. Given that, if I subjectively renounce the Bible right now and say subjectively, I feel I'm allowed to kill people and take their car, that's my morality, who are you to tell me I can't do that?
I'm trying to fit all your things together. But
Yeah, Rob, would you like to clarify the question a little bit?
Yeah.
Right. If your argument is, Rob, your interpretation of the Bible's subjective, or maybe the Bible's not true, etc. Therefore, you shouldn't be allowed to have a stance on abortion law and whether or not we should be allowed to take the life of a 9-month in the womb. However, that's like, I just believe there's a God, but I don't know who it is, right? You have a code of morality that's completely subjective yourself, right? And you say that code of morality means that you should be allowed to determine abortion law. My argument then becomes this: if you say, because there's subjectiveness in my morality, because of your feelings on my interpretation of the Bible, means I shouldn't be allowed to say when you're allowed to murder someone, why should you be allowed to say the same to me? If I say I reject Christianity and now my morality is what's best for me is best, and I choose to take your stuff and murder you, why is that wrong? Why should you have any say in that?
It comes down to who has the right to have an opinion.
Correct. Shouldn't we all?
Yes.
So if the majority of the people in this country are Christian, and we say that they are allowed to have their opinion and vote their conscience and their religion, and they vote to outlaw abortion, why shouldn't they be allowed?
Is the majority of Americans Christian?
Yes, at least they claim to be.
Okay, if that's the case, then if their belief system is based on subjectivity, then it becomes problematic if their belief system becomes the rule of law. There's nothing wrong in believing what you believe. There's nothing wrong in having your faith. But what I keep saying is that it is problematic when this becomes the rule of, when your faith or religion becomes a rule of law. Because if you are if you are actually admitting that there is that religion coincides with subjectivity, how can you have a rule of law that is based on subjectivity?
Okay, so then what should we base rule of law on?
Logic.
Okay, so logically,
idea of right or wrong.
Okay, logically then, what is the logical time when we're allowed to abort?
I'm not a doctor.
So then, but you believe you have a preference and you'll vote for it. Isn't that preference subjective?
My general understanding of abortion is that it is more than just the concept of, well, as soon as you have a child, you have a life. If I am holding an acorn in my hand, am I holding a tree? No, because it hasn't developed or grown into life yet. So this is why I cannot see a child or a fetus in the same way that you do. But
I mean, that's subjective, right? You're subjectively saying I don't see it the same way. You, by very nature, you're announcing something that's subjective. The truth is, like, we could get into a lengthy discussion. When you say logic,
Rob, Leslie, were you going to end that with a question? I apologize.
I was just going to say this is why you have to corner subjectivity with what is logic and what is a definitive idea of right and wrong.
Okay, how do we determine what's logic and what's definitively right or wrong?
Well, something either makes sense or it doesn't.
Okay, I don't think it makes sense to kill. I don't think it makes sense to kill babies 9 months in the womb.
It will never be wrong.
I don't think it makes sense to kill babies 9 months in the womb. You disagree?
I don't know how to respond to that. I will just.
Who sided? Let's say
my understanding of abortion. I do not agree with bringing unwanted life into this world. I do not agree with bringing with the idea of bringing life into this world for a child who is going to be subjected to a horrible quality of life, who may have a life of extreme complication. That is actually the right of that unborn child that people don't think of. You may not be the one who's responsible of taking care of that, but that is what I believe. And nothing that you're going to say is going to change that. So, but again, what I'm saying is this is why we can talk about our ideas and what we agree with and what we don't. If you're going to create laws in society, this is why it is best to go through what is logical and what is right or wrong.
All right,
But you
Leslie,
have no-
let's
why
let that in right there so he could respond to the first part of that statement.
But
Go
you
ahead,
have
Rob.
the mere fact that you can't answer the 9-month question shows that you don't have a concept of logic. You literally are just saying, well, what I feel is logic, and that's logically right. But in order to do that, we'd have to know what truth is and then be able to use a system to determine what is logical. And the truth is that there are plenty of people that are using logic to have all sorts of different subjective opinions on issues of policy, such as abortion. But we could take this to every single issue. For example, we could take it to the tax rate. We could take it to immigration. We could take it to LGBT rights. We could take it to sort of laws about what should be legal as far as like certain narcotics, etc. None of these are just like there is a one answer. Logic tells us this is the exact answer. So we have to ask ourselves, how do we come to these opinions? And the truth is, the best you have is, well, you're going to have your subjective beliefs and you should be allowed to vote for that. Why is it only Christians that aren't allowed to use? I think that there's objective truth in Christianity, but for the sake of this debate, we'll concede there's not, and it's subjective. Why should they be the only group that's not allowed to use their subjective preferences? And I'll finish with this because I know you're going to talk for a while. I'll finish with this. You talk about the rights of that unborn baby to, if they were going to be born with pain, the right for them to never be born. Okay, let's say that that's true. One, that's not all that you're defending or all what abortion is. In fact, the majority of late trimester abortions are actually elective and aren't for the health of the woman or the health of the child. And secondly, who are you to make that determination? If I, for example, determine that your quality of life is low and that you're in chronic pain, am I allowed to say I get to make that decision for you, whether or not you should live? And I'm very interested in you answering that because you also said earlier you liken the unborn to like a person that's in a coma. So if you don't believe that person in a coma is an actual life, does that mean you, an outside person, get to make all of those decisions for that person? Because to you, logically,
All
you
right,
don't
Rob,
consider it a life?
I think maybe the question got lost there just a little bit, unless you wanted her to answer the very last question.
Well, she can answer whatever she wants. I feel she's talking in great lengths of stretches. So if I continue to just ask one question, leave her talking great length, I'll be at a disadvantage. So I'm trying to get out multiple
yeah, I
questions.
understand that, and I typically like when people self-regulate like that. You've been doing good about asking questions, Leslie. I've been trying to give you opportunities since you're not asking as many questions. So we got about halfway through, a little over 36 minutes in to the hour. If you want to take some time in this half hour, Leslie, to ask a little bit more questions so that you can get a little bit more of Rob's worldview out with whatever direction you're trying to get to, we'll turn the cross-examination over a little more. Rob, you've been taking the first hour, I'll give you, or half hour, so I'll give you that. And then we could go to timed responses too if you feel like both of your responses are too long.
I'm fine with this. I didn't think
you guys are
too long.
doing great. You're very respectful. So yeah, Leslie, if you want to ask a couple questions for the next 10, 15.
Sure. Okay. So seeing as how this debate is about Christian nationalism and we somehow segued into abortion, I will say that in keeping with my idea, with my statement that there's too much subjectivity related to Christianity for that to be the law of the land, which is what we are debating. We're not necessarily debating abortion, but if you're going to ask me about that, I gave you my position on that. Your opinion is not going to change. Your statements are not going to change my opinion. So I'm going to bring it back to what we are supposed to be debating about, which is Christian nationalism. There's a couple of things that you brought up in your beginning. You talked about how great societies have been formed out of Christianity. You talked about how come nobody wants to go to, say, Islamic countries. So the reason why I'll respond to that, I will ask you, why do you think it is that people don't want to go to Islamic countries? Because you mentioned something about Christianity, but I'll ask you, why do you think that people don't want to go to Islamic countries?
Because those countries are terrible and they enshrine in their culture and law terrible practices that are bad for almost everyone. Whereas in the West, we embrace values that are best for everyone, including people that aren't Christians, because of the Christian ethics that we've had.
Okay, so basically it's because First of all, we can't speak to the fact that there are people on the African continent that choose to migrate to other countries that are Islamic. You can't paint all Islamic countries under the same brush. However, since you choose to look at it more as a negative light, I will say that what you have described is a difference between a free society and a non-free society. When you reference Western society and the US, for example, it is a free society. So when you get into what is the motivation of a Christian nationalist society, you are actually going to end up removing what it means to be a free society. So that actually is in contradiction to what you're saying.
Okay, one, I brought up abortion because it's something you brought up in your opening statement. Second, I happen to feel that as a society, we should be judged based on the most heinous of crimes and protecting the most innocent. I think murder of the most innocent is definitely something that should be at the top of our priority list as to whether or not we think it's a good society. For example, you would not think it's a free society if we decide to butcher everyone over the age of 75 years old. You would say, that's not free. That's horrible. That society needs to be shunned. Yet somehow with the unborn, we just throw it away. The fact that your stance is subjective of that irrelevant. Now you make this point about free society. One, I bring it back to this. You saying that Christianity is too subjective. You yourself vote for positions based on your subjective belief. To hand wave and say, no, everything I do is based on logic is nonsensical, as is evidenced by the fact that you don't know what you're talking about on the abortion topic, and yet you still vote for certain preferences on that. Secondly, what do you mean that these aren't free societies? You're implying once more, you're conflating two things. You're conflating what we've agreed Christian nationalism is, which are Christians embracing their religion in order to affect what the culture and what the law should be, versus some evil man who's Christian saying, I want slaves and the handmaiden's tale. That is not what Christian nationalism is. So explain to me why allowing Christians to vote for their preference for leaders that are also Christians that push for Christian culture and laws, how that's not free.
That is symptomatic of a free society, being able to vote for what you want. But when you end up with a society that is under Christian law, your lawmakers are Christian, your government is Christian, it is intended that your education is entrenched with Christianity, everything is Christian, you are no longer a free society.
Was that not the founding of the country of the United States? Was it free?
It was founded as a democratic society.
No, the word democracy is not even in the Constitution.
It was founded as a free society.
Okay, but it still embraced what I'm calling Christian nationalism, correct? So it was a free society that was Christian nationalist.
Okay, what was the history of America always a good one?
No, but it's the best. We fought a war to end slavery. We are the best country. That's why so many people try to get in.
So under your under what you consider to be a country that had always had kind of ties to Christian nationalism, why you can admit that there have been dark periods of American society?
Yes, of course. We could say this about there is no utopian society. Name me the society that hasn't had dark periods. Go ahead.
Okay.
Just name one.
Any society has had a history of dark periods.
Exactly. So you saying, but there have been dark periods isn't an impugning of Christian nationalism. I'm saying yes, but it's still the best.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that there has always been a part of American history where religion has had significant authority. We can look back to some of the darkest parts of American history and know that they were connected to religion or connected to Christianity. So this is why it is problematic for the church, the Christian church, to have that much power in society.
Again, like maybe I'll try to answer this in a different way. You talked about societies. The reason that people are coming to the West is because they're, quote, free societies, correct? Can you name me any of those countries that you deem free societies that at one point in their history didn't have Christianity prominently feature in its culture and law? Just one.
That did not?
Correct.
I can't think of any right now.
So again, it seems that what you're doing is exactly what I said. You've taken these societies that have these things that you like that primarily got there because of the benevolence of Christians, right? That created these societies that you say are the best, and yet you condemn the very religion and morality that allowed us to get to that point.
Oh,
It doesn't seem to make sense.
but it didn't get there due to innovation or invention or maybe the civil rights movements in any of those countries. It didn't get there because of that. It didn't
But
get there because of the women's rights movement.
But those things occurred because of Christianity. Christianity was a precursor.
Those things
Name me
also
the country.
occurred
Okay,
in spite of Christianity.
if that's true, we could test this. Then name me the country that those things appeared that weren't originally based on Christian values.
I don't understand the question.
If so we have a disagreement. You're saying, I know it's because of civil rights values and stuff, not because of Christianity. My contention is that we got to where we're at because of the benevolence of Christian values and caring about your fellow man in ways that other moral or religious philosophies don't. And so we're at an impasse. Who's right? Was it Christianity led to the things you think are good? Or is it that these things that are good happen despite Christianity? So one of the ways we would test that's to say, okay, let's name a country that wasn't having Christianity prominently featured into it that led to these good things you're talking about. Go ahead. What's that country?
I can't think of that off the top of my head.
So it seems, I'll say this real quick. Doesn't it seem strange that you're saying these good things happened despite Christianity, but they only happened in countries that heavily had Christians? Doesn't that seem odd to you? Doesn't that make you question whether or not Christianity had something to do with it?
I didn't say that though.
It did seem, you said that this happened despite Christianity, things like the civil rights movement. That's what it sounded.
No.
Did I mishear?
I said that the countries like America were able to become the favorable country that is today, despite coming from a place where Christianity was a dominant force in the law.
Right. I don't think it's despite.
I'm not saying that Christians themselves were not influential in parts of this in like say the civil rights movement, because they were. Christians were. But if you look at parts of society, parts of history where the church had significant power, there has always been a part of history where there has been corruption and persecution that is related to the church being in power. So this is why I keep saying it is problematic when you have church as a rule of law, and that is a distinction between that and you yourself being a Christian and voting for what you believe is in line with your Christian values.
Which you've conceded is Christian nationalism. So lucky for me, I'm not suggesting that our country should be controlled by a particular faction of the Christian church. So you're arguing a straw man. I'm not making those sorts of arguments. You say that these good things that you call good happen despite Christianity being involved culturally and politically. I think that it's not in spite of, it's because of that most of the good things that make what you're calling these countries free society exist the way they are. And I think that's proven by the fact that you can't even name one country that didn't prominently feature Christianity that you would call free society. Furthermore, when you talk about, well, we can't label everything, there are certain people in Africa that desire to go to Islamic countries. Maybe that could be true. There is nothing that is universally true, but the overwhelming propensity from people around the world, if they got to choose what country to live in, would be the United States or another Western country of European ancestry. And there's a reason for that. And so the idea that somehow, again, when it comes down to it, there's this sort of conflation going on where you're like, but like if we had an official state church that was making declarations like the Pope was in charge of the entire country, that would be bad. I'm not suggesting it. I'm merely suggesting there's something inherent in all humans to have a moral philosophy, which they then use to influence culture, politics, etc. And Christians should absolutely embrace that. You've sort of conceded that that is true. All humans have that. And yet it's only Christians that we should avoid allowing to express that through cultural input and political input. I don't understand why.
No, well, you don't understand why, because you're conflating what I'm saying. I'm going to say again, there is a difference between you being allowed to be, you being free to have your faith and believe what you want to believe and vote according to your faith. There's a difference between that and your faith being the rule of law. I'll use an example of why the church being an authority is a, when I say the church, I'm just using that as a general term. When the church had power, instead of when there was no distinction between church and state, instead of there would be shuffling of pedophilic and predator priests from parish to parish, instead of them being held under a court of law, in a secular court of law, and being held accountable for their crimes. But because the church had authority, those issues were dealt with under the church system. Why is this
When was this?
happening? Because, pardon me?
When was this? Can you give me an example?
When was there a scandal?
These scandals you're talking about, when? Just so I have an idea, when and where, so I have an idea of the society you're talking about. You talking about like the Catholic priest scandal here, like in the past 30 years?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so you don't think that those Catholic priests, if there were crimes that could be proven in a court of law, would have been judged in an actual court?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did you know that overwhelmingly your child is far more likely to be sexually assaulted in a public school, which, by the way, is secular and has had Christianity removed from it? So far more children, and the same problem happens. Teachers are covered up for, they're shuffled around. Now we see, thanks to progressive ideology, an increased rate of biological males identifying as females and then assaulting girls in girls' spaces in locker rooms. I liken that to your ideology and an anti-Christian ideology. That's the problem when we take Christianity out of schools. Now, you would say that's not fair. How could you lump that in?
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about with the church having so much authority that they're covering up for their crimes, and those crimes are adjudicated under a church setting and not
They're not. They're not.
What you're, that's nothing to do with what you just said.
They're not. What you're suggesting is this: people intentionally. It's not that their crimes were adjudicated under a church. In order for that to apply, what that would mean is this: that the state comes in and says, this priest molested this child, but we refuse to look into it because the church will take care of it. That is not what occurred. What you're suggesting occurred was that the church was aware of this, but instead of reporting it to the lawful authorities, which were outside the church, they covered it up. Well, the problem is that problem's far more extensive in the secular schools. To this day, they're covering it up. And in fact, we see that the secular and the materialist and the anti-Christian factions of our governments today and our culture today is intentionally putting kids in sexual situations all over the place, whether it be at pride events, whether it be at, you remember the footage that we saw of It's Not Gonna Lick Itself, that sign that was up, as you saw trans people or whatever they call cross-dressers that were stripping in front of children and all this stuff. Sexualization is far more prevalent outside the church than within it. And those non-religious groups, such as schools, are doing the same thing. In fact, the school unions are far worse at protecting people that assault children than the Catholic Church ever was. Nonetheless, my suggestion, you keep conflating again. You're just like, well, look what will happen if we allow Christian. You conceded the definition of Christian nationalism, which are Christians having a moral framework, using that moral framework to influence culture and influence politics, voting for Christians in order to do the same. Like, you're just like, well, that will lead to a church that will cover up crimes. I don't see any evidence of that whatsoever. And the status quo is worse without Christians. So why is that a reason to avoid it?
So if you're telling me that, it is that under the regular school system, that this kind of shuffling and protecting of predators, that is a result of a non-Christian, of Christianity being taken out of the education system. And I'm telling you that has always been evidence of Christianity or faith covering up their crimes and in the same manner. Then how do you determine that one is a result of, how do you determine that the issue of covering up crimes in the education system is a result is a result of taking Christianity out, when I just told you that that problem exists under Christian environments?
Right. That's exactly my point. You're actually inverting what my point is. You seem to want to do this. You're like, of course, there's no problem using Christian nationalism as we both agreed as it's defined, which would mean that you lose the prompt that Christian nationalism isn't bad for society because you don't have a problem with it. You're like, but it would be a problem if certain things happen. One of those certain things would be if a church thought that they were above the law and they were able to cover for these things, as happened in the Catholic Church scandal. My answer was twofold. One, they weren't outside the law. If they chose to hide something from the legitimate law, that doesn't mean that they were outside the scope of the law, though. And secondly, that's a problem that's ubiquitous with humans in general. Anytime there's groups, they're likely to have corrupt individuals and cover things up. The problem is way worse outside the church than inside. What you seek to do is all the great things that came from Christian society, you say those great things happen despite Christians doing these sorts of things, but let's look at the bad, and we will blame Christian groups for that. However, when we look outside of it and we say, okay, if that's the specific thing, the assault of children, it's far worse and covered up far worse in areas that are specifically non-Christian, like public schools. You're like, we can't count that. That's not fair. You're the one who wants to have your cake
Rob?
and eat it too.
Sorry to cut you off there. We got about 6-7 minutes left in the open dialogue, but I want to go ahead, maybe take this opportunity to move into closings and then the Q&A, if you guys are good with that. So Leslie, you can respond to his last point, and then there can be one more back and forth, and then we'll go to closings. Just want to keep it, pretty short, as James would like to say, pithy responses.
Sure.
Okay,
Amazing.
sure.
Guys, like the video and get your super chats in. We're about to go into the questions.
Yeah, so I'll just go with what my original statement is about Christian nationalism. A realistic perception of Christian nationalism is that it is basically advocating for religion to be power and the reestablishing of a patriarchy. In that instance, you are moving into a society that will no longer be free. I know that Rob is trying to convince you that it's just about Christians voting along based on their belief system, but based on what is already out there and the fact that there's a reason why white supremacist groups and white nationalist groups are heavily aligned, and I've always been aligned with Christian nationalism. That is not a coincidence, and the fact that anti-feminism and anti-LGBTQ and such as that has always been part of the Christian nationalist agenda. That is not a coincidence, and that's not something I'm making up. So I think this is the reason why I believe that Christian nationalism should not be is bad for society, because you are introducing faith as a rule of law, and as we have seen in history, whenever church and state have been enmeshed, there's always persecution, unnecessary persecution, corruption, and a history of violence that ensues. So definitely not. I believe that Christian nationalism is definitely bad for society.
All right, Rob, if you want to wrap your closing in with that. Yeah. And
No problem.
Yeah, Heaven Max, I did get poll control, so I will be putting a poll up maybe about halfway through the super chat Q&A. All right, go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I appreciate the debate. I thought it was very fun. I'm happy to do the super chats afterwards as well. Look, she says that I'm conflating some. She agreed with my interpretation. It took a little pushing, but she ends up conceding that my interpretation of Christian nationalism, which is Christians having a moral foundation in Christianity and what that entails, and then using that to influence culture and politics, is what we should embrace and what I call Christian nationalism. She agrees. She then goes back to her opening statement where she seems to give a different definition. She is all over the place in this debate, and it's unfortunate because I think there was more room to get into specifics, and I do apologize for that, but let me try to clear it up a little. It seems like her problem seems to be that Christianity is, quote, subjective. I think that Christianity is at least an attempt to be objective, even if your interpretation can be incorrect, as opposed to whatever interpretation she has, which is just a subjective morality. She gets out of it by saying, but we use logic. But as you can see, by the example of just the abortion debate and many others here, it's not so simple to say, oh, this is logic. We all know what it is. Therefore, here's the right answer. She is using her subjective preferences, and she concedes basically that all of us do that. So the only problem is, for some reason, many of these anti-Christian nationalist people seem to only have a problem when Christians use their interpretation of morality to influence culture and law. Why is that? She says that I guess the implication would be us controlling women with reproductive rights, as she says, and patriarchy, and that is something to be avoided. I think murdering babies is something to be avoided. And she just hand waves it away. It's like, but that's subjective. Right. And your interpretation's subjective as well. She concedes that almost every society that she calls a free society at least had its roots in Christian ethics and principles. And yet she says they're free societies not because of that, but despite it. She concedes that there are plenty of societies that have ran away from those principles that are far worse, the Bolsheviks, etc. She keeps likening to white nationalism. I could play the same game. Again, I gave the example. It's always funny to me to hear this white nationalist boogeyman when we see with the SPLC indictment that's coming here. I don't think I would be worried about white nationalists killing me. I'd be worried about black people in the inner city far more than I would. And those black people in the inner city, which are 27 times more likely to use violence against a white person, the vast majority of those aren't the ones that you see going to church. Some of the best Christians I ever met were black men and women. Those people embrace an idea of objective truth and the word of God, and they're very successful and amazing people. And yet we see what the secular culture in these inner cities has led to. We see the perversions that it's led to when it goes after our children. She cites the Catholic Church and says that's somehow a problem, but as she concedes, the problem's way worse in secular schools. So in all instances, I think that if Christians embrace the objective truth and the tenets of Christianity, although there could be disagreements on what branch that would be, I think that would lead to a better society for us all. And the proof's in the pudding, because the rest of the world is running to countries that were founded on these principles like the United States, and they're fleeing the countries that weren't. So I think that means we should embrace our Christianity. And Leslie, the good news for you is it'll be a better society for you and all of us.
Can I say something quickly before you go to the quick Q&A?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, number one, when you talk about people are flocking to these Christian nations, my question to you is, where are the individuals who end up going to child trafficking hubs? Where are they coming from? They actually come from these Christian nations that you're talking about. When you talk about white people are more likely to be killed by a black person, you're equating that to race. That's a socioeconomic problem that has nothing to do with race. And by the way, the same way that you can talk about black on black crime, there's also white on white crime, and there is far more likelihood that you'll be killed by a white person as a white person versus a black person. So I don't understand what's the point in bringing that into the
Allow me to answer. First, I fundamentally disagree that the majority of child trafficking is coming from Christian nations. In fact, what we see
I said people who visit countries that are hubs for child trafficking, they are visited by people that are of these so-called Christian nations. Like say going to Thailand or Indonesia, where are they coming from? Where are those clients coming from?
I think they probably come from countries all over the world, but your own question impugns just how good Christianity is, because these non-Christian countries allow this stuff to flourish. And of course, if your point is there are bad actors in Christian countries, of course, that's true, just like there are in any country. However, we see the worst. For example, if we go to the Islamic world or we go to African nations, we can see that not only is child sex trafficking prevalent, they actually have open-air slave markets in some places, and they've legalized child brides. So it's certainly worse in those countries. To your second question, you say that it's socioeconomic. That's rubbish. It's cultural. For example, recent studies have showed if you take the top income bracket of black men and the lowest income bracket of white men, the black men are still more likely to commit violent crimes like murder. And you say, as a white person, I'm more likely to kill by a white person. That's true, though barely. In fact, that's true of every race except for blacks, ironically. Every race, the second most group likely to kill them is blacks, except blacks, because, I mean, they're most likely to kill themselves, and Asian Americans. Believe it or not, with Asian Americans, they're more likely to be killed by blacks than by Asians. So there is certainly a problem that's beyond just, well, people are poor in the black community, not to mention that a lot of the reasons that people are poor is because of the poor cultural decisions in the black community. However, when we see the blacks that tend to get out of that terrible situation, largely it's because they have strong family units and Christianity. So the very solution to your problem, particularly in these inner city black communities, where the vast majority of these murders, over 50% of murders coming from this community, is Christianity and embracing that sort of ideology. But instead, we wax on about January 6th and white supremacy. The truth is, there's more of a demand for white supremacy in the Western world than there is a supply. And I'm far sick and tired of people blaming white men like there's something to be ashamed of when there's far other.
I gotta let you fizzle out there for a second. Someone's got to have the last word. So you can respond to him, and then if there has to be one more response, I'm gonna have to just ixnay on that.
That's okay.
Yeah, understand the difference between socioeconomic condition versus race. Those are two different things. The socioeconomic condition of Black people comes from a snowball effect of slavery, colonization, the Reconstruction era, the lynching era, the era of civil rights, and the fact that it's only been in recent history that Blacks have had an opportunity to change their socioeconomic status. Number one. Number two, if you're going to talk about killing, you should also talk about crime and the prevalence that white people also have in crimes, because I would ask you, what is the racial makeup of the people in, say, the Epstein files? What is the racial makeup of people that are caught in white-collar crimes? But nobody seems to talk about that because they're more focused on Black on Black crime and using that as an excuse to talk about why Black people play the victim card when it comes to talking about crime. So that's just, I know that is completely irrelevant to what we're talking about, but I just want to make that clear that you should make a distinction and make sure you understand the difference between committing certain crimes based on your socioeconomic status, which is part of a disproportionate amount of the Black population versus being Black. I've never committed a crime and I'm Black.
No one suggested that. We're talking about percentages. And real quick, I'll be quick with this. Interesting, you bring up child sex crimes. In the United States, Blacks make up about 13% of the population, and yet 25% roughly of the abuses against children. So even in that statistic, yes, Blacks commit a disproportionate amount of crime. Hand waving their agency away, saying, but that's because they're poor, means that we're never able to get to the root of these problems. And lastly, I wouldn't have brought it up except your incessant harping on white supremacy, et cetera, et cetera. And I think if we're going to talk about the real problems in the Western world, it ain't white people.
Pardon me? You said?
I said if we're going to talk about the real problems in the Western world, it ain't white people.
Well, this is another.
We should be celebrating white people and having pride in it.
Debate. I'm not a racist, but most of the problems in this world can be tracked to the actions of the white male. That's another debate.
Well, as a non-Christian, I could understand. The logic has led you astray, I'm afraid.
Speaking logically and objectively, in my awareness of world history, most of the problems in this world can be tracked to the presence and interference of the white male, and in some cases, a white religious male. But that is a debate for another day.
And I would say that your victimhood mentality is why things won't get better for the Black community. Maybe you should go to a Black church and you would have a better opinion on this.
Maybe you should have a conversation with more Black people than just looking from the outside in, then you have a better understanding.
If it's about logic, why would their skin color matter?
I don't play the victim role.
If it's about logic, why does the skin color matter?
I'm happy to.
Why do I talk to a Black
another
person?
Debate on a topic related to that. We're not scared MMA fighter ratings. I just got to be fair with. She was supposed to do her closing statement, and we're keeping the debate going. So I gotta wrap it up there so we can get to the Q&A.
Set it up. We do it after this.
Yeah, I'm happy to. All right. Did you want to give your closing statement, Leslie? You were kind of eating up your time there.
Oh no, it's okay. I'll go to the Q&A.
Perfect. Okay. She already did. She did the closing.
That was the closing. Okay.
Great. No. She did it before me.
Did she?
She did a closing statement. Then I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought when she asked the question, that was kind of not related. All right. Yeah, I missed that. All right. So first super chat is. Well, I just want to give a shout out to Fresh and Fit Forever and Blake Ritt for becoming members on the channel at the debater level. And appreciate the chat for being so engaged and accusing me both ways every time. That's great.
John, they're on the ball.
Yeah, they're saying it was cooking. So
I had fun. I thought it was fun.
I didn't want them to think that it's getting shut down entirely though, because every one of these super chats could spiral into like a little mini debate, and I'm gonna have to cut someone off at some point. Someone's gonna have to get the last word. Obviously, when it's Leslie, I'm going to get L's from Rob's chat and vice versa. So it is how it is. Yep, I appreciate everybody, though. So John Ruck, $2. Good luck, debaters. This is going to be amazing. That was always to be read in James's voice. Elijah Kinney sends $50. Thank you, sir. Former leftist, not Christian conservative either, but I prefer that 10 out of 10 times. I do have an issue with many things within Christian nationalism, but modern leftists are truly evil. Infallibility without accountability, moral flexibility or exclusion. That
Yeah, and
stimulated
it's
it all.
something. It's just real briefly, like the idea that Christian nationalism is a philosophy inspired by hate, which is what was I think you said in your opening statement, Leslie. I think that you can see hate is infiltrated the modern left. It's all over them. They feel morally righteous, and that for their hatred is more justified somehow in their own head. But that's not the case. All you need to do, the video of Alex Stein yesterday, he's talking, someone having a polite conversation. Like Leslie, to our credit, both here, I don't think anyone suggested violence or anything. Alex talking to a lefty and goes, by the way, good luck with a hole in your neck, because they're still going to mock like what happened to Charlie Kirk. And so it's interesting how the hatred comes from these people that reject Christianity out of love. And oftentimes you can see they're the most hateful, spiteful people in existence.
Okay, so if we're gonna say that only hate it comes from the left, this is why I get into the point of creating a culture of delusion. I just said that groups that have been synonymous with extreme hate, racism, supremacist group, even modern groups like the Proud Boys, these are all who are connected to political violence. These are groups that have been always associated with Christian nationalism, which is a faction of the right wing. So if you're going to talk about hate coming out of the left, then you need to recognize hate coming out of the right as well. It is completely delusional to say that there are
So
no
here,
groups associated or that there's no hate coming out of the right. Hate has always come out of right wing ideology.
no
That
one said that hate never came out of the right, that was only the left.
you
And then
you
once more,
only focus on the left. You only focus
once more, you exactly invert. You gave an opening statement before me, correct?
No, you
Yes,
answered the question.
please. You gave an opening statement first, right? You spoke first in this debate, correct?
Oh, yes.
In there, you talked about Christian nationalism being foundationed by hate, that there's hate underlying it, correct?
That is it. Partly
Oh,
like
okay, I outline how I see even more hate from left-wing groups. Now, you didn't mention hate from left-wing groups, and then your criticism to me, who started off talking about hate just with Christian nationalism, is how dare you not mention there is right-wing hate? My entire point was you only focused on the right. I think it's worse on the left. Then your criticism when I bring that up is, why are you only focusing on the left instead of the right?
the
Ask
point of the
yourself, why
debate.
did you only focus on right-wing hate groups instead of the left when you spoke first?
Because the point of this debate is to argue why Christian nationalism is bad for society. I would be an idiot not to include the fact that they are always and have been aligned with white supremacist hate group. That's just a reality.
They
The
aren't,
person
as we
who
proved.
responded, the person who asked this question, even he recognizes that there's problems within the Christian system. But then his next point was everybody on the left is evil, and then you went on to add to that comment. And you said, well, you find that there's more hate on the left. I've never seen any statistic that can prove that there's more hate on the left, but you said there's more hate on the left, so I guess it must be or not.
Again, it's not that all Christian nationalism is racist or it has these hate groups. And secondly, it's you saying you'd be a fool to not impugn Christian nationalism when you're debating it. Totally agree. I'd be a fool to not impugn the groups that impugn Christian nationalism, largely from the left, and how they're more hateful. We could have another debate talking about which side's more violent. I'll just say that I think it's self-evident in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination. That's the point I was making. You took umbrage with that. You were like, why would you only criticize that? Well, you know the answer, because that's the side of the debate I'm on.
Okay, but fortunately,
I might have to give Rob the last word on that one, because we got a good amount of super chats to get through, Leslie. And whatever we're going to respond might connect to something else here. So, Mama Owlbear 123 or 23 cents, $20. How do you feel now that you know pretty much all racism at the national level was fake? Now that you know the SPLC was paying their instigators, such as the Grand Wizard of the KKK. That's to you, Leslie.
How do I? What's the question?
How do you feel now that you know all the racism was faked according or based on the SPLC is what they're asking?
Okay, first of all,
the SPLC leak or
I don't know.
statement.
I don't know about the SPLC leak.
Or I don't think it was a leak. It was a court adjudication or something.
Indictment.
Indictment. Yeah. That's the word. I forgot.
But to say that proves that racism is fake, it's not. So I don't understand the question.
No, I agree.
Yeah, but
if someone says that the Grand Wizard was paid, that's an evidence of some kind of corruption. But racism is real. So I don't
I
understand what the question is. It's not fake.
I will defend you. I think just because there's certainly racism. There's not a supply of white nationalism that is as much as the demand. So they have to fake it. That's what the Southern Poverty Law Center. But I think there is absolutely racism, and a huge disproportionate amount comes from people against white people. The racism against white people is prolific and disgusting. As you said here, even you, without any sort of objectivity whatsoever, says the majority of problems in the world could be posted back to white people.
But that's not.
So it just shows how endemic this racism is.
I'm not racist against white people, and I actually do agree that there's racism against white people. But there's again a debate for another day. There's a reason why I made that statement, and
That's
that
fair. I'm just
objective
racism
is not
exists.
okay. So yeah, racism exists.
Okay, moving on to the next couple super chats. We got Flare Riot sends $2, doesn't say anything, just sends some support. Appreciate that. Electric Pineapple, $5, says, since logic determines what is right, outlining a syllogism on how abortion is not wrong. Is that a question? Okay.
You know what a syllogism is? If A, then B, therefore, or if A and B, therefore C.
Oh, okay. I see what they're saying now. Yeah, the comment or the comma there kind of confused me.
Yeah.
It was an Oxford comma. Since logic determines what is right, outline a syllogism on how abortion is not wrong. Got it. My bad, Electric Pineapple.
Leslie, he wants to know if you could do a syllogism for that, Leslie.
Okay. Logically, is there a prevalence of problems that are connected to unwanted children in this world? Is there logically a connection between the burden or pain of being in this world with an extreme condition or a debilitating or condition that will never end or will never be cured? Logically, do you understand what it is to have to take care of a human being for the rest of your life that may be mentally incapacitated to the point of maybe a 2-year-old? If you don't understand that, if you don't understand what it means to have to bring a life into this world when you are financially or socially or emotionally at a disadvantage, if you don't understand what it means to not the correlation between kids who are the people who are not wanted in this world and how that is connected to maybe crime or some of the most violent people on this planet, then that is logic. It maybe not be not a nice thing to say or not the right thing to not what you feel is the right thing to say, but you have to look at things logically. That it is more than just saying that, well, abortion is just killing on what you believe is an unborn child. If I believe that that is wrong to bring, that I don't believe in bringing unwanted children into this world, you have to look at what constitutes unwanted, and you have to look at what constitutes having to live or to basically live with that.
I don't think that's a syllogism. That's fine. Nonetheless, I'll just say, if I can, using that same interpretation of if you haven't experienced this, you don't know, and the pain that this could cause, how can't a person use it? Because it could cause crime and things like that, you said. How could a person not use that same rationale to kill people they think are criminals whose life isn't worth value? Like, for example, if my brother is a victim of a heinous crime and is killed by someone, how can I not then come to use the exact same rationale you just gave? You don't know what it's like to be me and the emotional pain and how crime can spur out of this, and therefore I should be allowed to take this life. Same logic, right?
I might agree with you.
Really? Well, that's bad news for the
this is why I said
the 51% of violent criminals in this country from certain populations.
That killing is it depends on the definition. Sometimes it's right, I believe, but I'm not a lawmaker, so maybe it's logical as to why I'm not a lawmaker.
Okay.
All right, fine. Me either. Couldn't do it. Zeppeleba Ek9JF sends $5. Thank you for your support. People have been charged for double murder for killing pregnant women. Do you advocate for those charges be dropped to 1 count, Leslie?
Okay. if I advocated to be,
That was a question of like if a pregnant woman was killed, do you think that should only be one count of murder, or should we keep it at double homicide like
oh,
it is currently?
I would say one count of murder.
Okay, Rob, you want to say anything to
That's
that?
a spicy meatball. Listen, I just got to say your previous answer, by the way, I don't know if you realize you're basically giving talking points from like the Klan. And they'd say, we agree with Leslie. If we think there's a percent of the population that's aggrieved us and likely to commit violence, we can take their life. Be careful. That's all I'm saying. You're actually giving talking points to the groups you probably hate the most.
So I mean, or I could be taking talking points from lawyers who are able to prove um that their client is actually not guilty of a crime when they actually did kill a person. Sometimes you have to establish guilt and whether it's
No.
justifiable or not.
Perhaps you misunderstood the analogy I was making. We're not talking about a claim of self-defense. Someone attacks me with a knife and I use self-defense and they end up dying. That's a different matter than they killed my brother, or I think they've committed crimes against people in my community, so I vigilante take action against them. That's completely different. And you said, yeah, I agree. Sometimes that should be right. Because your argument seemed to be with abortion. Well, unless you've subjectively been in this position, okay, I say unless you've subjectively been the victim of some sort of crime, and you understand there's more than just ending the life. For example, that life could lead to criminality. I say the same thing. Sure, the person that robbed me, that hurt my family, could lead to criminality. Therefore, we should be allowed to end the life. Okay, I should be allowed to end this life. It's sort of, I'm trying to be as apples to apples as possible to let you know how what you're calling logic in this situation could actually lead to a bunch of outcomes that would appall you. And you were like, no, I'm okay with that. And I'm like, that would be bad for like people that say, well, disproportionately, this community commits violence. And so therefore we're allowed to use vigilante justice against them. That'd probably be akin to many of those white nationalist groups that you claim to hate. And they would say, well, listen to what Leslie said. Same argument.
Okay, no, what I'm saying is sometimes a crime can be, if you can be punished for a crime, but sometimes it can be justified. I don't know how to.
Okay, I'm good. I can move on. That's fine.
Yeah, you can be justified, but also guilty of a crime.
Thank you. We got another $2 from Enforcer Goofy. Rob, would Christians accept Dave?
I don't know what that is. Some inside joke, but we are a loving people.
It's I think they were educating me in a previous debate that Dave is like a musician on YouTube or something. I didn't bother looking him up.
The young kid, 6'7", right? Did I get that right? Like,
probably.
I don't know. We're a loving people. That's what I'll say.
I think we got about 6-7 questions left. Okay. But they're coming in still as we're answering each one. So appreciate you guys hanging. All right, next question is from Chef Secret Sauce Nasty. He sends $10. Please tell me what your favorite pizza is. Mike, you hate pizza, so you can withhold. Sad. Unless you've changed? Leslie, I disagree with some, but you are doing great. Please keep debating.
I agree. You should keep debating. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Thank you.
Now, what's both of your favorite pizzas so that he doesn't spam me in the chat?
I'm going to cheat. I'm going to say the local pizza place I grew up at, Joe's Pizza, with mushrooms, extra cheese, onion, and pepperoni. Stromboli, though. I like it folded over. So that's my favorite.
I like Hawaiian and pepperoni.
All right. Thank you, Chef. I hope you're happy with that answer. Okay, Capital Science sends $10. Thank you, sir. Biologists from 1,058 academic institutions around the world assess survey items on when a human's life begins, and overall, 96%, so that's 5,337 out of 5,577, affirmed the fertilization view. Source, PubMed. So that was based back on the abortion topic. And
it goes to the logic suggesting that the life begins at conception.
Yes.
Therefore, abortion's murder.
Leslie, did you want to comment on that?
Sure. I use an acorn analogy. I'll use a seed. If I plant a seed, it's germinating, and I pull it out. Have I pulled out a rose or have I pulled out a seed?
You've built up the life that was in this seed is sort of different, right? The concept of using different things that aren't human in order to discuss this. For example, I could be arrested for killing the eggs of eagles, but not for killing a fetus. Why is that? You see, you'd be like, well, it's not directly analogous.
Well,
The point is, life begins at conception, and it is life that will become human. And so, why should we have the right to exterminate it? It
okay,
just
so
gets to the question. It gets to the question of logic, and your disagreement with this, disagreeing with 96% of scientists, proves that what you claim is you embracing positions because of logic is in fact subjective. The
so
same
you
criticism you
didn't
level at
answer my
criticism.
question. You didn't answer my question. Did you pull out a seed or a rose?
If I reach in the ground and pull out a rose seed,
If I plant a seed in the ground and I'm trying to grow a rose, and I pull it out of the soil, have I pulled out a seed or a rose?
you pulled out a seed.
Okay.
What does that have to do? I preempted that by the answer I just gave. Care to respond? Care to
We all
respond?
started at a seed, do we not?
Care to respond to what I just gave?
What was your question?
I said I responded to this by saying, sure, that would be a seed, but it's not analogous to compare humans to other things like plant life. For example, if we're going to do that, I could say it is a crime, for example, to kill eggs of an eagle. And I can't say, oh, it's eagles that are endangered, not their eggs. Therefore, and also, like, if I really want to get to brass tacks, like, you made an insanely monstrous answer to an answer like 3 questions ago. If I kill a pregnant lady, I should not be charged with killing the life inside her. That's appalling. I mean, so I think your opinion on this is to easily be dispensed, or at least be told to be subjective, which is your entire criticism with Christians involving themselves on this policy issue. But that's your opinion.
Exactly. So we both have an opinion.
So why shouldn't Christians be allowed to use their opinion to inform abortion law?
Why should I not be able to have my opinion to vote based on my beliefs? Is the same.
There you go. Your criticism of Christians weighing in on this was it's subjective. Now you acknowledge we're all subjective. I argue
being a Christian and a Christian being the rule of law. And I gave you an example as to why it is problematic when there is no separation of church and state. That is not the same thing as you being a Christian and following your faith and
did you concede my definition early in the debate? Yes or no?
Yes, that has nothing to do with what I just said.
Okay, so then you saying, but there are other forms of Christian nationalism that could be bad is sort of irrelevant to the discussion. Your specific argument against my interpretation of Christian nationalism when it comes to abortion laws, but your Christianity is subjective. Therefore, you should not be allowed to weigh in on this. And your argument on your preferences on abortion law, you're now conceding, are also entirely subjective. So why should I be told that I can't use my, in your words, subjective opinion, but you're allowed to use yours?
I didn't tell you that you can't use your
great. You support Christian nationalism. Thank you.
All right. But sorry, I do got to move it on, Leslie. We can circle back if there's a question related to the same topic. Right. The Jabroni Big Time sends $5 and says, Leslie, thanks for the debate. Be grateful Rob took it easy on you. By the way, there's no such thing as an unwanted baby. The adoption rate of babies is 100%.
Why was the baby given up for adoption?
A specific person.
Unfortunately, that child was not wanted. Fortunately, hopefully, that child finds a good home. But you're still getting into the idea of an unwanted child.
But why just because the child at 9 months, like 2 days before the due date, we're allowed to exterminate it because it's unwanted?
Focused on if in the mindset, if it is in your mindset that I don't want to be pregnant or I don't want to have a child, however you want to approach that, you do not want the child. It is an unwanted child.
So therefore, we should be allowed to kill unwanted children?
There has been more problems for those people who are brought in society as unwanted individuals. Maybe you were wanted as a child.
Damn right, my parents are great.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate that I was wanted
That's
as a
great.
child by my parents. A lot of people don't have that same story. A lot of people are, unfortunately, if you go through the different platforms on the internet where people are free to be anonymous, there are some people that say that I wish I was never alive because of how their parents treated them, because of how they came into this world. So there are a lot of issues that come to play when you are talking about bringing an unwanted child into the world. And if you are not aware of what that entails, then I don't know how you can have an opinion about it.
Once more, it didn't really answer the question.
To go to the person who asked the question, unfortunately, an abortion is actually an example of an unwanted child.
I just will ask you the question you didn't answer again. You sort of went off for a minute and a half there. Should we be allowed to kill unwanted children? That's what you're saying?
Not kill.
What's abortion?
I don't see it as murder. So no,
murder is different than the term kill. It is the ending of a life, correct? You don't think it's unjustified, therefore it's not murder, but it's still killing. Should we be allowed to kill unwanted children?
It's not killing.
Is it a life?
I think we covered this pretty good in the first 20 minutes. As
All right,
far
I'll
as
just
the
one
killing,
sentence
murder,
and I'll end it. She just gave the
situation.
rationale why if a mom, and you hear these cases,
How do we get from asking about
please,
abortion to Rebecca, because you're obsessed with this issue. The person asked about.
If I could just say this last sentence on it.
I answered the question already, so I don't know why we're back at this again.
If I could just say one sentence on this. She just gave the rationale, and this does happen, why one unwanted child should be allowed to be killed, even one that's 2 years old. We see this all the time where mothers get frustrated because they have a child that takes away their personal life, and therefore they're no longer wanted, and she's saying you should be allowed to kill that child. I find that repugnant.
No, I didn't say that.
Of course, you can't differentiate why it would be different at 9 months in the womb versus 2 days born. You just said if they're unwanted, we should be allowed to kill them.
Yeah, but you're using the word kill. I don't use the word kill.
It is killing. It is a life.
For another day, because I already answered.
Yeah.
It is a life.
I do think that there could be a whole nother debate on murder versus killing. I don't think I've seen that one. That'd be a good one to have. I do have to move it on though. Appreciate you guys being very passionate and wanting to get into it every time. That's great. Shiny Real Guns sends $10 and says, how are Christian nationalists able to ignore Matthew 25:40-46, where Jesus says people that don't treat strangers in their land, well, will go to eternal fire?
Treating someone well is different than saying that every stranger is allowed to come into your home. For example, Jesus never said that we must open our doors to wolves and take from us. Jesus totally understands that the natural order of being a Christian and is a husband or adults taking care of their children. He builds that into, or our religion builds it in. So being nice to people is different than saying, therefore we must open up everything we own to you. The problems with migration are that it's going to lead to worse societies in the United States, not just for everyone, but specifically for Christians. And Jesus would never entail that. He never said that all countries must be open borders, that we must allow people that are antithetical to our way of life, that have different opinions on sort of what women's role are and whether you could treat them as sexual objects like we see so many people from the Muslim societies that come in. Never once did he say that. In fact, he never made the argument that we should be socialist, right? He said that we should individually be charitable, but the idea that we have to vote to force through government force to take the wealth of people to give it to other people, in this case migrants, is absurd. So no, and I fundamentally reject people. I bet that they ask her if that question isn't a Christian. I could be wrong, but the people that use Christianity to say, oh, that means that you must be meek and passive and never stick up for yourself and just give everything away and don't have a political opinion is nonsense. I think that Christianity means that I have every right to support myself, my community, fellow Christians, and my family and my child, and embrace this country and that sort of Christian ethic and make sure that it exists far into the future so my great-great-grandchildren can enjoy this beautiful country that I had the option to.
Thank you, Rob. Leslie, you don't have to respond to every super chat, just to let you know. If you want me to move on, we can do that.
Actually,
no, it's not required, but I mean, obviously it shows good faith if they're asking a direct question and you actually answer it, you know?
He actually Rob actually contradicted himself. You're talking about being a nice Christian, but you don't want to help migrants. What if it's a Christian migrant? Do you give to
who said I don't want to? Who says I as an individual might choose to not help migrants? That's different than compelling people to help migrants.
You don't want migrants in your country.
Do you want to help? Do you want to help migrants?
All of a sudden, America is a country built on immigration. All of a sudden, immigration is a bad thing. Christians, most Christians, the real Christians that I know, are charitable and welcoming and warming. I don't see how a Christian who openly says that I don't want to help someone who is here just basically surviving, living under meager and probably unthinkable means, just trying to make a living. Why would you not want to help them?
Okay, helping's different than allowing them in. I'll ask 2 questions. Do you think the only Christian position is open borders?
No.
Wait, Wouldn't that be if someone comes and we refuse to allow them in, isn't that anti-Christian under your interpretation?
If some
migrant comes, says, I want to into the country, we would have to accept them based on your interpretation of Christianity, correct? Or that wouldn't be being nice to them.
Well, based on your interpretation of what it means to be a Christian, I would think it is.
No, it's not. Secondly, you have a more
open borders.
I already explained why that's not the case. I'll ask you one real quick question after that. You have a morality that's not from Christianity. Does that morality mean that you should help migrants, your own personal?
Morality that's based on the 10 Commandments.
But so your morality does say that you should help migrants?
If I saw a migrant, I would help them.
How many are living with you? I could give you some names. Let's send them to your house.
I feel sorrier for the condition that migrants are escaping, which is actually conditions that are brought about by Christian countries. I feel sorrier for them than a lot of us who live in the spoiled West. But again, this is a conversation.
How many are you housing?
There's a lot of them are escaping conditions that these wonderful.
So you're housing them. How many
have created?
How many are you housing?
Understand that to get to the bottom of that.
How many are you housing?
I'm not housing any.
Oh, so your version of morality is saying that you force other people. Let me finish real quick. So much like most progressives or big government or socialist lefties, your morality is you yourself won't do anything, but you think you should have the government compel through the use of force to have other people help. But your morality isn't that you have to help them. That's interesting.
All I said was it is very interesting that you said we're Christians and we're loving people. You said that we're Christians and we're loving people, but you automatically do not want to help someone who is in need. That's all I said. And
I don't think helping someone
that was in response to the person who asked the question. So I'll go back to the Q&A.
I don't feel that you're a moral person because you yourself are unwilling to take actions that inconvenience
I don't think you understand what it means to be a Christian.
Secondly, I gave my interpretation of Christianity, and I don't think being nice to people means that we have to leave them into the country. I think it's absurd that your interpretation is that must be the case would mean that any Christian nation had to have open borders, which is absurd.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, we got into that one a little bit. Appreciate it. Okay, we got Christopher Scott for $5. He says, what are the laws of logic if you say we should be logical? Leslie?
What makes the most sense is the best way to explain that.
To explain what the laws of logic are? I think that's a different question. If you want to try
what is objective versus subjective? What makes sense? What doesn't make sense? What is right? Understanding what is right and what is wrong. 2 + 2 is 4 will always be right. That's not a subjective statement. That is true. So whatever is true and factual and devoid of emotion or bias is how I determine logic, or how I think logic should be determined.
All right, Rob, you got a response to that?
I'm sure you. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Not the Dave one again. Okay, Zach Gelpy, 61, sends $20. Thank you, sir. He says, know quite a few Proud Boys, and sure, some are Christians, but I also know a Jew. I know a Hindu, and I know a Buddhist who are also part of the Proud Boys.
What did the Proud Boys do that was so wrong, by the way?
They had January 6th or something. I don't remember.
I
never got into that lore.
Well, no, Leslie keeps bringing up it's one of the only groups she continually names is this terrible group. The questioner highlights that there are many Proud Boys that aren't Christian. My question is, what's specifically so bad about the Proud Boys?
I first of all, I mentioned them like once or twice, and only because I'm mentioning groups that align themselves with white nationalism and have been connected to political violence.
I knew the leader of the Proud Boys. I'm actually friends with him. His name's Enrique Tarrio. Does he sound like a white guy?
What does that have to do with anything?
You're claiming that the Proud Boys are white nationalists, aligned with white nationalists. They're not.
Yeah, but what? There are white people with Latino names. So what is that?
Okay, but he's not white. Enrique Tarrio is not a white guy. Okay, show me examples of the Proud Boys being white nationalists. They only allow white people in. They're attacking people for racial reasons. What is it that they've done that's white nationalist?
when I look at groups that have been connected to white nationalism and political violence and also being connected to the January 6th riots, which, sorry, not riots, but the insurrection, the Proud Boys is one of them. So
Okay, cool.
maybe you think storming the Capitol was a great idea. Maybe you think that kind of civil disobedience is okay, but I don't know.
I would
But
happily talk about
that's the
January
Proud
6th
Boys.
at a later date, but that's not the question before you. You're also saying they are white nationalists connected. And when I ask you what your proof is, you say because they're white nationalists connected. I'm asking you, you're making that claim. Show me some sort of proof. How? Where is the connection to white nationalism with the Proud Boys?
Why don't you ask your friend?
I will, and he'll tell me it's absurd when people say this. I'm clearly not a white guy. We're not white nationalists. And I would suggest the fact that you say that so flippantly without any knowledge whatsoever probably implies the other things you're saying about these groups, including spouting things off about January 6th. Also, there's similar levels of not knowing what you're talking about going on there as well.
Well, I have no clue that the KKK and the Aryan Nation were also connected to have also had connections to Christianity and Christian nationalism. If that's what you're trying to say.
So is your claim that you make a
Question
claim,
again?
you can't prove it, so you move on to something
I'm being
else?
sarcastic because you're saying that I don't know what I'm talking about. So
No, what I'm saying is do you think it's a big accusation to call some group a white nationalist group?
I would think so. If that is not, if that's not what is commonly tied to a group, I would say that's an unfair statement. But that is what
Let
is.
me interrupt there for a second because Zach
I'm
Gelpy.
not pulling that out of the sky somewhere. That's what the comments.
Sorry to cut you off. Zach Gelpy, who asked that last question, just sent another $10 in, and if they're on a run like that, I want to get to him quick in case he's trying to have a Zach Gelpy interrogation session. By the way, there are numerous chapters of Proud Boys all over the world, including India, Indonesia, Israel, all places that aren't predominantly white. So I don't understand your claim.
Okay. If I'm speaking about the Proud Boys in America, and I'm speaking about their connection to white nationalism, that doesn't mean that there are not factions outside. Like any factions outside of America, their focus could be on nationalism in that country because maybe they share the same sentiments in that sense. But to say that there's an underlying connection between white nationalism and the Proud Boys, that may not be a main characteristic of the group, but there's a reason why there has been a connection suggested with that group.
Okay.
It's like sorry, I just lost my example, but
I'll just say this real quick in response. She acknowledges that it's a serious accusation in her own way. She acknowledges that. And basically, when I ask her for
if
proof,
they are
she
not,
says,
then I apologize.
please, just real quick.
Let him finish that because we do have to move on.
Last thing, yeah. And so when I ask her for her proof, which she acknowledges it's a serious accusation, she basically says in her own way, I've heard that. I mean, I think you could see the problem here. It would be no different if I asked her what group she's connected to, and I just said, I heard they're involved in assaulting children. She'd say, where? Where did you hear that? Can you give me? I've just heard it. There's a reason I've heard it. I'm sorry, that's poor argumentation for something that you say yourself is a serious accusation. So before you specifically say names, get some sort of facts that you could back up when you call someone a white nationalist to give some sort of proof of it before you just spout it. You're the one who chose that group. You could have said the Aryan Brothers, the KKK. Of course, we would have said, we all understand that. But you kept saying the Proud Boys.
All right, Rob, appreciate that. That's good advice whenever you're making an argument to be specific with your reference. Right. Peaches, I did not skip your question. $10 from Peaches 2023. Should Muslims be able to vote based on their religion? And if not, how would they vote when their morals come from religion? Just like Christians. So only leftists can vote according to you?
Leslie, I think. So.
Yes.
Well, I think that Muslims would vote according to the laws that resonate most with them. But now to say that we should have Islam as a rule of law, no. This is why I say there's a difference between you being of a faith and voting according to your belief system versus your faith being a rule of law.
But you acknowledge that the former is still Christian nationalism.
It's a part of it, but it's not
You said it is, you conceded it. And furthermore, like you acknowledge this,
you
that
cannot get to Christian nationalism without Christians saying we are only voting for Christian lawmakers. We only want Christian lawmakers. We want Christianity to be the rule of law. I'm going to say for like the 5th time now, there is a difference between you being a person of faith and your faith being the rule of law.
what you did was you conceded. This is what happened in this debate. I'll try to use my hands to visually single. You were like, yes, it is. This meets the definition of Christianity for Christians to use their faith and moral system to influence culture and politics and lawmaking by electing Christians that also use that faith. You acknowledge that's Christian nationalism. You also say there are other things that you could go further with Christian nationalism. For example, you could have like the Christian equivalent of Sharia law. You could have Christian courts. You could have a national religion. And you keep saying, why criticize this up here? And I'm saying, I'm not advocating. I'm advocating for this, which is Christian nationalism. What you've argued in this debate isn't a problem that Christian nationalism is bad. It is a problem that certain forms of more aggressive Christian nationalism are bad, which is also debatable, but you're not arguing the prompt. You've conceded it.
No, I argued that there is a difference between being a person of faith and arguing and voting according to your beliefs versus your faith being the rule of law. I don't know how many ways I'm supposed to say that. And
you should not have conceded in the first 5 minutes of the debate that my interpretation is in fact Christian nationalism.
I agreed with what your what your definition said, but again,
thank you.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
You're saying that there are more aggressive forms of Christian nationalism? Do you understand
what I'm saying? That there's a difference between.
Well, Leslie, he's answering. Yeah, he's answering.
Yes, that's what I just explained. You are saying there are more aggressive forms of Christian nationalism that you don't like. So but you're saying this also is Christian nationalism, and you're not making arguments why this is bad. You're saying this appears bad.
You have conceded to the fact that there's a difference between being a person of faith, voting according to their beliefs, versus that faith being the rule of law. Yes or no?
Yes, I've conceded that the former is Christian nationalism, which is good.
All right. Cool. We'll move on from there then. Okay. Elijah Kinney.
You conceded that apples are different than oranges. Aha, I win.
They are, Rob, and I'll debate you on that. All right. Elijah Kinney sends in $5. National socialism, communism, current left extremists. It's not even close. Who's more violent? All right. Dataless Gecko Actual sends $5. Says, Leslie, you seem to prefer and defer to logic. Could you enlighten us on the laws of logic? Okay, we did cover that already. That was a separate question, though. Electric Pineapple says, Rob, show us your.
No thanks.
Wait, no, that's not what you think it says. Hold on, someone just sent in 2 more super chats and it flew out of the way. Okay, hold on. It's not going where you thought. Rob, show us your steelman of anti-Christian nationalism.
Sure, steelman would be that if Christians use their morality in mass to vote, that it could ostracize other people and mean that they themselves cannot use their opinions and their philosophy or religion in order to embrace the society they would want. Is that fair? Would you say that's basically steelman, Leslie, what you're trying to say?
Okay.
Yes, of course, the answer to that is, but that's true of any belief that could theoretically happen. Why is it only Christians? For example, if a bunch of secularists got together and said, we're, what do they call them? Secular humanists get together and they make up 70% of a particular state, country, whatever, and they say, we're going to use our moral foundation to create laws. Couldn't we say, well, that too should be avoided because that could ostracize the Christians or the Muslims, etc. And they would say, no. We'll still have laws that allow them to practice. How's what I'm suggesting any different? It's just that people want, there's this constant thing. I think it's through the idea of cultural Marxism, which is that we take people and we identify them based on group characteristics as oppressors or oppressed. In this case, with Christianity, we say Christianity is oppressors. And so therefore, we're allowed to say that they're unique in that they shouldn't have a voice and that they shouldn't use their religion. And even people that are non-Christian continually tell us, this is what Christianity means. And this is why it means that you shouldn't vote and that you should allow your borders open, et cetera, et cetera. But they don't do that to any other religion or philosophical belief. Similarly, how we have an attack on European values, white people are oppressors, every other group is oppressed, men are oppressors, every other group is oppressed. It's just a tool used for power to try to silence Christians. You can see logically
Speaking
it would
of
apply
silencing
to any
Christians, I got to read this one that I skipped. Sorry, Rob, to cut
That's
you
fine.
off there.
That was it.
Blasterbot Ye2UK sent $5. Says she convinced me she wants Christians not to vote their values while everyone else is allowed to, putting them at a competitive disadvantage. That's why I wanted to stop it there, because that was exactly related to what
That's
you're
exactly
saying.
it.
So I just wanted to
I don't know what part of my
double
debate that person would have got that from. I just said that that it's okay to vote according to what your belief system feels is good to vote for.
Is that Christian nationalism?
No, that's a Christian voting based on what they believe speaks to them.
Is it Christian? Is it Christian?
Christian nationalism is a non-separation of church and state. Christian nationalism is Christianity as the rule of law. I don't understand what is hard about that to understand.
Did you not concede to the following, that Christian nationalism can be Christians using their religion to push for cultural and political movements for what they want? Did you not concede that that's Christian nationalism?
You understand what that means?
Yes.
You are looking for Christian dominance, politically, social.
That doesn't necessarily mean that.
That's what you just said.
I said that I think that we should allow. I said, is it okay? Could it be that a Christian using their worldview, their philosophy to push for laws and culture that falls in line with their religion, isn't them saying that means that there's no Islam, or that means that women have to stay in the house? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay. Is that wrong? You acknowledge that's Christian nationalism. Is that something that should be avoided? Is that bad?
I think it should be avoided, but I can't stop a person from voting that way.
But you think it's bad. That's what you just said. Okay, then the donator there, thank you so much, sir, who donated, is absolutely right. You think it's bad for Christians to vote.
I thought you said that Christian has nothing to do with that Christian nationalism has nothing to do with anti-women's rights. It's just about Christian.
I mean, I don't know where to go from here.
I know where to go. We're going to go to the next super chat.
I don't understand, because I clearly said there is a difference between a Christian voting based on their belief versus a Christian being the rule of law. I don't understand how many ways I'm supposed to.
You said over and over, probably 15 times, including just there.
Talking about if you are voting as a Christian, say, wait a minute, I like this politician because I like what they're saying about they're against abortion or whatever. I like that. If you are creating a movement where you only want Christian lawmakers and you only want a Christian government, that's a Christian nationalist society. There's a very
do you only
living
want
amongst Christians and living amongst a society where Christianity is a rule of law. I don't know how else am I supposed to explain that?
I don't let me explain again.
Well,
at least
let's
real quick.
Sorry guys, I gotta take control. I'm gonna have to mute if y'all don't stop here. We could definitely spiral and go back and forth on a no I said this, no you said that for longer than we need to here. We do have a time limit, so not every chance to read every super chat if we let it go, and I don't want to do that to people. Christopher Scott, I asked already. Electric Pineapple asked to see Rob's argument. Okay, Chef Secret Sauce sent another $5, and these are 2 responses back to back. Short response: Rob, conservatives say baby death is bad. The number of suitable adopters is questionable, right? Anyone gets a baby? Solution isn't there.
Murder, just because things are difficult doesn't mean that murder is the answer. We should do things in society to make things better. I don't understand. And by the way, Christians adopt far more than people that are non-Christian.
Hope you got that, Chef Secret. He also said, Mike, we got to figure this out. If it was just for you, not others, just you, would you get rid of pizza forever? Pick one. That's all I ask. Oh, man. I don't eat it often enough to miss it, but I like the option. So I'm going to be vague. Enforcer Goofy sent $5. Rob, Dave Davis banned from every religion but Christians, apparently. Why would you accept someone like that?
Sounds like a real jerk.
Rodney 1919 sends $5. If the Bible is the law, do Christian nationalists expect citizens to be punished for transgressions as commanded in the scripture?
No. In fact, for example, one of the commandments is to honor your mother and father. Just because something is prescribed to us through the Bible doesn't mean that we need to enforce it in the legal system. So I would not, and I think almost all Christians would not suggest that there's legal punishment for dishonoring your mother and father, right? What it does is it shows us how we should live our lives. The question, and it's a backbone for how we should structure society as well. Part of structuring society is through our legal system, our political system. Part of structuring it is through our cultural system. So no, not everything outlined in the Bible would have to be made a crime if it's deemed a sin.
Thank you for that response. Okay, Airborne Animal 9170 sent $5 saying, a person's worth is not dependent upon their parent wanting them. This is why the left is absolutely immoral and must be combated in every way. N1SB.
Totally agree. To exterminate a life because the parent says they don't think your life has value is monstrous.
Leslie, do you want to respond to that?
It's monstrous, but that's reality.
Okay.
Well, if it's monstrous, that means it's immoral.
You can say that that's monstrous, but that is reality. You don't know what it is like to maybe not want a child. You don't know what it's like to be to have not been wanted as a child. So this is why I keep saying where logic comes into play. Logic doesn't take into consideration bias or emotion. I don't know how else to explain.
That's fine. We can
I would like to
wrap it up
respond to
there.
this real quick.
Rob, go ahead. Just quick response, please. But
like
I'll let you.
2 sentences,
Just because we gotta move it. But
all right, 2 sentences real quick. It is ironic. She doesn't understand she's countering her own argument. She talks about logic being devoid of subjective emotion, etc. Totally agree. She agrees that the determination of these children is monstrous. Totally agree. Logically it is. But she says subjectively you don't know how they feel, which is not logic.
all right. Thank you, Rob. We will go to now. That one was Airborne Animal. Dark Shadow 21298 sends $20. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. What about the right of the people saying who can come to the country? Wait, what about the right of the people saying who can come to the country? It is Christian to reject their right to say who they can live with? ? So should we force immigration on the Japanese?
I think he's directing the question to you, Leslie.
Yeah, Leslie.
Which it's like,
sorry, I was just going to say, he's asking basically if multiculturalism is kind of a progressive ideal in America. Do you think nations like that are more homogenous, like Japan, should also kind of be forced to have immigration?
I don't live in Japan, and I'm not.
But hypothetically, though, like if you value multiculturalism in America, do you think the Japanese should also do that and potentially be forced to, kind of like what Christian nationalists might think that they're being forced to accept?
Well, I don't see anything wrong with immigration, but why is that then states that there's a problem with multiculturalism?
okay, 2 things.
Who said that? Who said that America was supposed to be a white country?
Okay, 2 things. The question implies, do we say that about other countries? If it's wrong for America to want to decide that they like the cultural makeup they have now and not want to import people, would you say the same thing about other countries? And then the second part is the fact that you say, I don't live in Japan. You also don't live in America. Yet you pontificated on that the entire debate.
I live in Canada, which is a country of immigrants, but America is a country of immigrants. So I'm asking you, who said that America was supposed to be a white country?
doesn't matter if they said it was supposed to be a white country. America's supposed to be for Americans. Even if I would concede, which I
America.
don't, and that we don't have enough time to get into this, even if I would concede the idea that it's a nation of immigrants, as you're suggesting, why don't those immigrants and their children have the right to decide who's allowed in their country? If you're one time an immigrant, then somehow the rules don't apply to you that apply to everyone else, that as an immigrant nation now, you're not allowed to control your borders? That seems absurd. Why should it be any different from us than the Japanese or the Germans or the Nigerians?
Well, you have to look at why there's immigration in America in the first place. It was fine to bring immigrants here from when the population needed to be built, or when it contributes to society. But the problem only started when maybe immigrants started maybe overstepping their boundaries. That's maybe when immigration became a problem.
I would
But you
love to get into more of an
Right.
immigration topic, for sure, because that could fractal out. But I do got to keep it going. Apologies. Shiny Real Gun sends in another $5. Thank you. You've been super chatting a bunch, and I think we got a quick session from you coming up. Matthew 2540. Quote, the king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. And then I'll just read these other ones that they sent in quick succession here so that I could get it out of the way and it's not an intermediary sermon. 42, they sent another $5, 42. For I was hungry and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me nothing to drink. 43, another $5, thank you. I was a stranger and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison and you did not look after me. Another $5 for 44, thank you. They will also answer, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or needing clothes or sick or in prison and did not help you? Another $5 for 45. He will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me. And then the last $5 in a row here, 46. Then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. So appreciate those super chats and support. Rob, if you want to give your thoughts on that.
Yes, absolutely. One, you're probably not a Christian. And second, if you are a Christian, you don't live by the principles that your interpretation is, because I'll guarantee you don't help and clothe every hungry, poor person. My question to you would be the same that I asked Leslie. How many immigrants have you brought into your house? It's clear there's a limitation on it. Second, what Christ is talking about there is that we ourselves should be charitable. However, he's not suggesting that we have to bring in people in our home to live there. Nowhere does he suggest that. He says if you have extra, that you should be charitable with it. When we're talking about a nation, what we're talking about is our collective home. I do not have the right to enforce other people to be charitable. Nowhere in the Bible does it suggest that. I do not have the right to tell other people because I want to be charitable to someone that they have to leave people into their home. That's tantamount what open borders is. I refuse to believe that because Christ tells us as individuals we should be charitable, that we should destroy our own societies by bringing in people that we can't afford that makes it worse because you think that Christianity means we have to have open borders. Christ never suggested that the nation states of the day have to have open borders. In fact, he said the opposite, give unto Caesar which is Caesar's. Even though he knew Caesar had countries with borders, he didn't say do not give to Caesar because Caesar is not charitable and is not allowed to have borders in his country. But I thank you for misunderstanding Christianity and sending tons of money to Modern Day Debate. If you disagree with me, send in $100 super chat and I can make you look foolish again.
All right. Thank you, Rob. That was a great response. Appreciate that. Both of you. We got probably, good 15, 20 more to get through real quick. But I do want to give a shout out to Johnny McVito, sends a big 20. Thank you. Leslie, is Christianity a white exclusive religion? And how does adding nationalism make it a singular color? Rob, is there a better ideology instead of nationalism that would make people adopt Christianity? And I'm going to give you guys a little bit of grace on this topic. I'm going to run real quick and be right back about 2 minutes. And so just be respectful while I'm gone. That's actually what got Ryan canned, I believe, is... I'm
just going to start screaming.
Don't do that. Words. Don't do that. I mean, if you get me fired, you got to hire me over at Word War.
I am not in charge of hiring there, but that's fine. Leslie, do you want to answer first?
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter.
I'm gonna mute up, and there are other mods in the chat, so guys behave in there.
Well, I think Christianity was a European, came out of sorry, I don't want to say that. I will say that Christianity has spread across the world, so it's not to say that only white people should be Christian and only white people are Christians. However, there is the existence of the concept of white nationalism. So I don't know if that answers the question. So no, you don't have to be Christianity is not only for white people, but that doesn't negate the existence of white Christian nationalism.
Yeah, white Christian nationalism exists. There's all sorts of ideology with black supremacy, white supremacy, supremacy based on all sorts of things, both Christian, Muslim, outside of the scope. It's not really sort of responsive to whether or not we should embrace Christianity. To the question that was asked to me, it's sort of a weird question because if I'm trying to convince someone to become Christian, the politics of it or the nationalism of it wouldn't be the first thing I would go to. In fact, it's probably the last thing I would go to. The question of Christian nationalism is sort of a political and cultural question. The question of Christianity, first and foremost, should be a personal question. It should be your relationship with God and with Christ. And so I don't think that trying to convince someone to be a Christian by saying, like, hey, let's look what Christian nationalism would lead to would be the way that I would go about it. For me, I don't like to evangelize and talk about sort of people's personal relationship and their personal religion or denominations of those things. If I was going to suggest to a friend and putting my best foot forward to become Christian, I'd probably talk about the personal benefits I've received in my life from following Christ and from like having a family and having a loving wife and a child. That's how I go. Oftentimes, I think the best sell point for a lifestyle isn't what you say, but it's how you live. And people notice that. If you're saying something but not living as that, they'll notice it. But if you show that you're a Christian and let people know and you live a good life, people will notice that. So I think that's more important than touting Christian nationalism. But now we got to talk about something, Leslie, without getting in trouble.
I gotta wait for Mike to come back because I want to make sure that I answered the person correctly because I can't see the questions.
Yeah, I can't either. So I don't remember the exact. I think he just basically asked you, what about Christianity's only white? Do you think it's a religion only for white people? If I remember, I could be wrong, but
okay, you have a better memory than me. No, it's not, obviously it's not only for white people, but again, that doesn't negate the existence of white Christian nationalism. So I guess,
do you acknowledge that any moral system, even your own, can have people that use that moral system to engage in hatred?
Yes, that was kind of spot on there, Rob.
Would you acknowledge that, Leslie? So, for example, Islam could have hateful groups that come up with that. Secular humanists could have hateful groups that come up with that. Anti-Christians could have hateful groups that come from pretty much any moral philosophy or religion could have hateful groups that spring from it, correct?
Yeah, I agree.
So given that you've sort of acknowledged that almost all the societies you point to as free society had their roots in Christianity at one point or another, why do you keep hyperfixating on white nationalism? When all groups could lead to just the same forms of
fixated on that. That was a question that was asked to me.
You brought it up the whole debate. You brought that up.
Not the whole debate. Maybe that's what you focus on, but that's a part of my reasoning as to why Christian nationalism is bad for society. That's one point of it. But I wouldn't say I was hyper focused on it. Maybe you were.
As a deist, you call yourself a deist, right? You believe there's a God.
Yeah.
Would you acknowledge that there have been people that have believed in God that have formed heinous groups?
Sure.
So if you were like, hey, I think you should be a deist, and I said, but what about the white nationalists? They believe in a God. So we should reject your opinion because we should reject your moral philosophy because you're as connected to white nationalists as Christians. White nationalists also believe in a God, correct?
Okay.
So then we should reject deism and belief in a God because white nationalism? See the issue? You would say, what's that have to do with the vast majority of people that believe in God?
Yeah, but you're turning that into anti-Christian. I'm not anti-Christian.
Then what is the connect? Why even in this debate bring up the connections between Christian nationalism and white supremacy?
Because there is an alignment between white supremacist groups and Christianity. That's been throughout I'll use America as an example. That's been up throughout American history. I can't do anything about that, but that exists.
Are Christians deist?
Yes.
So would you acknowledge that any connection that you could make to my religion of Christianity to white nationalism by default, because they are Christians or deists, that would have the exact same connections to your religion? The exact same. White nationalist or deist, there's a connection between deism and white nationalism, correct?
No,
I'm ready to move on. That's fine.
and I don't understand the reasoning of asking that. That just because two groups believe in, one extreme group believes in God and one doesn't, that they're automatically the same.
That seems to be what you're implying. Like when I just asked you why bring this up, and you're like, well, you can't deny the connections between Christianity and white nationalism. That's why you brought it up. And I said, by the same token, you can't deny the connections between deism and white nationalism. And you're like, why are you bringing that up?
Do you think that every Muslim is a terrorist?
No.
Okay.
Where did I suggest that? Or
No,
anything
you
like
didn't,
that?
but now you see the difference between having a religion and an extreme version of it. Just because they believe in the same God, they're not the same Allah, they're not the same.
The point, I just asked you specifically why bring up white nationalism. You said because of the connections to Christianity. You're making my argument now. Of course, any belief system. Let me finish.
That was one point.
Let me finish.
Leslie, let him just finish this, and I'll let you respond, and then we're going to move on.
Any belief system could have people that act in extremist ways, which you've conceded. Of course, that's my argument. But you continually bring this up as a reason to reject Christianity or Christian nationalism. I would say that I could use it equally to reject your worldview.
I didn't continuously bring that up. That was one of several points that I used to reason why Christian nationalism is bad for society. That happens to be one reason that I talked about. But I wasn't hyper focused on it. If it kept being brought up, maybe that was you.
Well, he is allowed to question your claims there. So I mean, that's a debate.
No, I don't have a problem with that. But I have a problem with someone misinterpreting what I'm saying or putting words in my mouth.
Okay, real quick, if you had to guess, how many times would you think you brought up white nationalism in this debate?
I have no idea.
Just take a ballpark guess.
That I brought it up? I don't know.
Would you say 5 times, 10 times?
No idea.
Would you say it's more than 5 times?
Again, I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention to that.
When I say you keep bringing it up, it's one of the main reasons you keep attacking in this position. You're like, well, because of white supremacy. And then when I'm like, you've continually brought it up, you're like, no, I didn't. Like, you're acting like it was just an aside. This was one of your key points. It was in your opening statement.
Responded to it, but to say that that's the only thing I focus on, that's
I didn't say that. I didn't say it's the only thing you focus on.
All right.
I didn't.
Well, we'll move on from here real quick. Go to the next one. So much pizza questions, chef secret. All right, so I'll just ask it anyways. Next, not after this. This is a great question. Leslie, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
I would be hungry.
Great. All right, we'll move on to the next one.
Well done.
Chef Secret Sauce Nasty. Mike, let's change the script. If Rob's baby survivors are allowed to eat only one pizza, what pizza would you choose for them? Hot seat response. That's tough, bro. I'm not gonna take all that responsibility. ASAG 6223 for 5 says, so she's fine with Christians advocating for changes to laws and culture unless they actually achieve any success in doing so. Then to hell with that.
I'm fine with voting according to their beliefs.
If Christians manage to get abortion outlawed, do you think that's okay?
No.
Why not?
Because it only suits one demographic of society.
You don't think that non-Christians could think abortion's bad?
Yes.
Okay, then how's it only suit one demographic?
It only suits a demographic that thinks that abortion is bad, but it doesn't take into consideration the different nuances that are part of why abortion should be legal in the first place. So
wait a minute, that makes no sense. Every law that exists only takes into account the demographic that thinks that law should exist by definition, right? That would be ubiquitous with all laws. For example, the law allowing abortion only takes into account the people that want abortion to be legal, only that demographic.
No, maybe it takes into consideration the health of the mother. Maybe it takes in consideration the mentality of both the man and the woman who may not want to bring that child into the world. Maybe it takes into consideration a surrogate who is having a child for a couple who actually the surrogate doesn't have that responsibility, but maybe it's the parents who don't want it. Maybe it takes into consideration the fact that there are some circumstances that a child shouldn't be brought into. But you're just hyper focused on murder, murder, murder.
No,
It is not a black and white issue.
wait
So
a
for
minute.
that
Wait a minute.
reason,
Wait. Two things.
you can't that's a large issue that requires you to look at it from different angles. And if you're only looking at it from, well, it's killing, it's killing, it's killing, you need to look at it from a broader lens.
Okay, two things that every group that you just outlined is in the singular demographic of people who want abortion to be legal. They just came through it through different interpretations. The same could be true of the people that want abortion to be illegal. It could be people because they're Christians. It could be people because they're scientists and they think life begins at conception. It could be people that had some debilitative disease in the womb, but is now born and happy they weren't aborted. Those are, but they all fall into the lump of the demographic, right?
If abortion becomes illegal, then it affects those who are for abortion. The fact that abortion is legal, people who are against abortion can still comfortably exist. They can still give birth and with no.
But the babies
belief
can't
system of
comfortably
abortion,
exist.
with no
The
abortion.
babies can't comfortably exist. I guess different question. Do you believe we should have laws restricting guns?
Yes.
Why? That only affects the people that want guns. If you don't like guns, you could choose to not have one, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then why should you restrict people who want to have them? That's just your demographic that doesn't like guns.
Do
What's
you have
that?
a gun problem?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Do you have a gun problem in society?
We have a far bigger abortion problem.
Okay.
All right.
Do you have a gun problem in society is what I asked you.
Yes, we have a problem in that at some point people use guns to commit bad things, but guns are a tool and they're actually beneficial. I think they're by far better than they would be to not have them. And secondly, that problem pales in comparison to the murders that we see via abortions, which is the biggest genocide in history.
I'm going to ask one question, and then we're going to move on to DPG Things comment here. Question, which he is the super chat goat, so don't want to delay too long. But John Ruck sends $2, says thank you, Modern Day Debate and Debaters. That's you guys. And then Avarice says, Leslie, do aborted babies go to heaven?
I don't know how to respond to that.
Right. It is optional. I tried to ask every one of them. DPG Thing for a Big 20 says, question for Rob, would you repeal the 19th so that we can get back to a minority of stake in the game men who will vote in Christian nationality, logic over feelings? Thank you, DPG Thing.
It's a difficult question. I tend to say no, and I wouldn't repeal in the same way that others do. However, I do favor more restrictions on voting. For me, I think I try to use pragmatic solutions, not just on what I feel would be the best solution overall. And a pragmatic solution that I think we could all agree on is abortion should be restricted to show minimal effort, which should be you have to show up the day of the vote with identification to prove that you are a citizen. If we had that restriction, we'd see many of these problems with the more progressive people that are voting go away, in my opinion.
Leslie, would you like to respond to that at all?
I think the 19th Amendment is women's right to vote, correct?
It's more than that, but that is what allows women the right to vote, correct?
Yeah, I would obviously I wouldn't repeal that. So.
Makes sense. Okay.
But it's interesting that, again, the person who asked that question aligned the repealing of the 19th Amendment with Christian nationalism.
No, it was a question independent of it.
Oh,
but
he aligned it with it.
Okay, some people might do so. And why should women have the right to vote? Just curious.
Because they have the same rights as they should have the same rights as men to vote. Why wouldn't they vote?
let me ask you this. If women having the right to vote would lead to, just hypothetically, a hypothetical situation, if women having the right to vote, say in the 2020 election here in the United States, would lead to the banning of abortion, do you think it would be a worse crime to take away women's right to vote so abortion would still be allowed? Or do you say, well, we have to accept that? No more abortion.
Not take away the women's right to vote.
So in that sense, you would say if women vote to eliminate abortion, so be it. That's what you would say?
It's stupid, but
so then why do you have a problem with Christians wanting to do it?
I don't have a problem with Christian. I have a problem with.
You said you did. If the Christians eliminated abortion.
That's what I'm saying. Christianity as a rule of law. That's what do I want women running to do? Okay. Would I vote? Would I ask for women to vote for all women to be running society? No. Do I think women should vote?
Wait. Do you think you criticize the patriarchy? Do you think men are running this society now?
Men are still dominant.
Okay. Do you think women should be? Do you think women should be dominant?
No.
It should be 50-50.
It should be who's ever competent, most competent or deserving.
Men.
Or skilled.
Men.
No.
Of course. In what way are women more competent of leadership or anything than our political system than men?
Dominance does not necessarily equate to competence.
Well, it's not just dominance, it's also competence.
So women are not competent.
Not as competent as men. Not in these fields. There's certainly a lot of things women are more competent in. Child rearing, careers that dealing with people like nursing, things like that. Of course, women are amazing, right? But the idea that women are somehow on average
the dominant of those prominently make up those fields. But like I said, dominance does not necessarily correlate to competence. If women have historically been kept out of certain positions, obviously men are going to dominate. But there's no scientific proof to say that men are automatically better as leaders, men are automatically better as politicians. I would argue that there have been governments have been under corruption and war and economic downturn under male leadership. So
I think that
how can you prove that men are more competent than leaders when the world has basically been on fire for the past how many centuries because of corruption, because of unnecessary war, because of an economic downturn, when males have predominantly been in leadership?
All right, Rob, go ahead and respond to that, and then I'll get to the next one.
I mean, this is something you often hear lefties do. They talk about the horrors of the modern world. The truth is, the modern world is a blessing compared to what the large amount of human history was, largely because of the advances we've had in our cultural and leadership that we've had throughout it. She's acknowledging that men were at the helm of it. Would you prefer to go back to a time, say, when the average human lifespan was 40 years? Does that sound better? Or do you appreciate what men have done, bringing the technological, scientific, moral advances that we have that we're so thrilled to be able to sit here and talk on a computer today?
I appreciate what they've done. You also have to appreciate that there are also inventions that have been stolen by women but credited to men. You also have to appreciate that there have been women who have always been working. They've been fighting. They've always been warriors. They have been instrumental in other ways, but because we don't have a women's history where we can actually know these women are, because most of our history is written by men, so we automatically know the male contributors. That doesn't mean that women haven't contributed anything. So to make a statement that women are automatically incompetent as leaders or not as good as leaders, that is actually in itself an emotional statement.
It's not emotional. It's not emotional. It's borne out, and we can see it borne out. You can see it.
That women cannot make as good leaders as men. And if you're going to tell me that only men should be leading society, then I'm going to need a better example of how men have run society in the past, where countries have been basically run down and we have unnecessary wars, which is basically what happened right now under the helm of your male leadership.
Show me the female led country that's doing so well.
One of the I can't say it off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm. You mean one of those Scandinavian countries? One of those Scandinavian countries, the more that we've cool.
That was one of the first,
where sexual assaults are going through the roof because women are leaving all these migrants in. One of those countries that are losing their national identity.
It's not prevalent here, and that's definitely not prevalent in male-run countries. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
no. What I'm saying is that the idea that you're saying, men countries are responsible for these wars. It's almost all countries because men are naturally better leaders and more likely to fall into positions of leadership. The idea that history, let me finish. The idea that, we don't have women's history. This is laughable. It's the constant rewriting of history we see from progressives, and it comes right out of postmodernism that wants to blame the fact that anytime you have a group that doesn't seem to have contributed as much, well, secretly they did. Next, you'll be telling me that black people invented everything. It's a joke.
Okay, how many women inventors, artists,
compared to men, how many?
Women inventors, artists,
compared to men, how many?
Or can you name off the top of your head? I can't even name.
Can I name off the top of my head how many women inventors?
We never learned them. We didn't learn them.
No, of course we know something. Mary Curie. There, I learned one. And comparatively, it's not even close. It's always been men that are more likely to be inventors.
But to suggest that women have not been participatory in
who suggested that?
Advancing the world, and not even acknowledging the fact that, well, it's kind of easy for men to do that because they never really had obstacles in there telling them that you can't do this as a man, and you can't be educated, and you can't be an inventor, and you can't do this, and you can't be a leader. Men, that's kind of easy for you all to say, but to deny that there have been women that have contributed that most of us don't know about because they were written out of the history books. That is an emotional statement. There's nothing to prove that women will automatically make so much bad leaders than men that they can't even run a country.
Okay, I'll finish.
Done this.
I'll finish on this,
but they're still allowed to be considered competent.
I'll finish on this.
One example of a woman, and I guess they.
I'll finish on this real quick. I'll just say this. Notice how she blames all the ill society on, quote, men running stuff. Then she implies I say women have never invented anything. Please, let me finish. I said here quietly while you rambled on saying nonsense. So then she says, but women, you imply that women never invented anything. That's not what I said. The only person that's blaming exclusively at this point one gender for the ills is her. She said that men are responsible for all of these worlds. In fact, quote, the world being on fire is the responsibility of men. I'm merely pointing out that if we take an objective look at things, we can see overwhelmingly the preponderance of men to be leaders and more suited for those worlds. And when we're talking about things like inventions, etc., men overwhelmingly represented in those groups, which she enjoys. She only wants to criticize men when she sees something bad. She does not want to give credit when she sees overwhelmingly how much better the world is today than it was, say, 500 years ago.
Sorry, ask that question again.
Mike, they're saying you're muted. I could hear you, but they're saying you're muted on your end.
I'm so sorry. That was when I drank the water. Right, now I'm fired. Thanks, guys. All right, Leslie, do I have to separate my faith from my vote? If no, then you would have to accept laws being informed by Christianity. If yes, you're using the state to suppress faith. Thank you, Dark Shadow, for the $10.
No, I think it's impossible for a person to vote and not be influenced by their faith. So no, I'm not telling you to not do that. It's unrealistic to think that you're going to vote opposite to what your faith is.
All right. Rob, any response?
Yeah, Christian nationalism's good. She concedes. Good.
Cool. I was actually audio trolling the chat. I was just going.
Way to show them.
Yeah. All right. We got a couple more. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Usually, there's always one person who's got to go, and then it's a little awkward reading super chats to one person. So, especially if there's questions for the others. All right. They're continuing with the muted trolling. I'm not muted anymore, guys. Rob, when Darth Thorains sends $5. Rob, when your Jesus, your God, makes abortion a fine in Exodus 21:22 through 25, this means abortion is okay for the elite and only a crime for the poor.
I think first off, I'm poorly placed to argue exact scripture. I'm smart enough to know this, that for every scripture that someone has an interpretation of, people oftentimes are able to say other scripture that disproves that. I'll say this in general. I think it's clear that the murder of the unborn is something to be avoided. And particularly, would you suggest that Jesus would be okay with abortions up to 9 months, as my opponent has suggested in this debate? Even in that interpretation, there would have to be a point where we say that it becomes monstrous and something to be avoided. And the problem is, if you don't have a backing in some sort of ethical system linked to objective truth, you could see the alternative, that subjectively you could say, but what if it's unwanted, therefore we're allowed to kill it? And it doesn't take far to see how that leads you to an insane genocidal regime that leads to millions of unborn babies being killed every day, in addition to violence that could be meted out on people you disagree with because of your subjective morality.
Thank you for that. Moving it on. This one is from Airborne Animal, another 10. Thank you for the support. I personally know someone who survived being aborted. Ooh. She has done a tremendous amount with her life. Would Leslie prefer that she was not born? She was unwanted by her mother, after all. N1SB.
I'm happy for her.
That's intense.
But you understand the reason for the question, because you sort of inverted that. You were like, I know someone who wishes they would have been aborted. Well, I would guess that if, on average, seeing as how most people, by the very nature that they're still alive, want to be alive, that the majority of children that have been killed, if they weren't killed, would say, I'm happy I wasn't killed.
Okay, so if I brought to you somebody who said that they wish they weren't, well, what's your response?
My response is,
I'm answering the question, which is that I'm happy for that person. End of story.
my answer to that person would be they still have human autonomy to correct that if they like. But if you take someone's life without their consent, they have no say in it whatsoever. Your friend that wishes they were aborted can take some remedies to do things to change their life, correct? But the person that was aborted had no such chance.
Okay, abortion is not a black and white issue. This is why you can't just say either or not.
You said it's a matter of logic. That implies it is black and white.
It's not an issue. No, it implies using logic instead of emotion to decide whether it should be legal or not. But abortion is not a black and white issue. There's different issues to consider. So to respond in response to what the person asking the question, I'm happy for that person. Unfortunately, other people don't have the same experience, but that's good for that person that they were able to make something of their life, even though they had a bad start to it.
But logic, can you explain to me the logic difference why we could kill a baby 9 months in the womb, but not 2 days after born?
I already explained the logic around it. I explained to you that abortion is not a black and white issue. You have to look at it from different perspectives. You're just focused on I think it's killing, so kill, kill, kill. Your book the Bible that you claim that you want to be, that you have as your moral source, the previous poster even said to you that, well, abortion is listed as something that is fine for the elite, but condemnable by the non-elite. So your book is it's even subjective in the Bible.
You could again levy a criticism.
Okay, abortion is not a black and white issue. You have to look at it from different angles. I am not going to agree with you. You're not going to agree with me. So I answered the person's question.
Your criticism of me once more is one that you fall victim of as well. You claim I'm subjective, even if I concede that, which for the sake of this argument, I will. You too are subjective. That is not an example of using logic, and you have not even attempted to use a logical interpret. Please let me notice how I let you, right? You have not even attempted to use logic whatsoever to explain to us why a feed or an unborn child 2 days before the due date should be allowed to be killed, but a child 2 days after being born shouldn't. You haven't even broached the subject, let alone showed us through logic. It's just subjectivity on your part.
I have approached the subject of abortion by logic. I've explained it already. I don't know how many times I'm going to explain it. I've answered the poster's question, and we're in the question and answer segment right now, and that's what I did. I answered the question.
I responded to your answer, and that's what I did.
All right. Thank you guys. Sorry, I was playing Crimson Desert, chat. That's why I was muted.
Boo.
I don't even have the game, like the game, and I get accused by at least 10 people in the chat every time that's what I'm doing when y'all are talking. They love it. It's been 5 debates, inside joke going. Zach Gelpy sent another 20. This man is a generous supporter. With that logic, then I should be able to pew people because I want to and I get a thrill. Or the fact that that person has something like money and I'm broke and I need it. So I guess we should make pew people legal.
You don't understand what he means by pew, taking their life. Yeah. What say you to that? That seems reasonable to me. Subjectively, he feels that way.
Well, murder and the whole comes under the law of being illegal. But if you have killed someone under circumstances, you can be found not guilty.
But saying murder is illegal, we're talking about what ought to be, what ought the laws be. So saying because it's illegal, that doesn't answer the question. The point is, based on the logic you've outlined, if you say, well, it's about people's subjective feelings and what they feel and what they need. If some guy says, I feel, for example, what if someone said this, I'm a young black man and I feel systemic racism has led to me being in poverty. Therefore, I'm justified in robbing from that white guy over there I think's rich. Why is that wrong, according to your framework?
I don't because I don't know how you got from one to the other. It's unrelated. The actions of considering yourself a victim of systemic racism has nothing to do with deciding that you're going to go and steal from somebody.
No, it absolutely does, right? You feel entitled to it because you feel that the system that's entrenched by that person you're stealing from has put you in the position you're in. Your interpretation, it seemed to be when it came to abortion, was you can't just look at what I would call the victim, the person murdered. You have to look at all the circumstances. What if the mother would have been inconvenienced? What if she had other reasons? So we can't just look at it from the perspective of the murderer or the victim. Why wouldn't that hold true to any crime? We can't just look at it through the victim. We also have to look at the circumstances of the person who was perpetrating that.
Okay, but you would also have to determine if I consider what I consider murder, and I don't consider abortion murder.
Right. Your reason is because we have to consider other circumstances.
If it's just like if a person who is very poor decides to go to the convenience store and rob them because of their extreme state of their extreme state of not having of being a have-not. If they go to the judge may look at them and say, you know what, I understand your circumstances, I'm going to let you off, and they may not choose to find that person guilty. But it's there. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I think Rob should get a second to respond there. And
what the questioner's asking, he would say the same thing. I don't consider killing someone to rob them murder. Okay, now what do we do? The reason you don't consider abortion murder is because you're like, I'm looking at facts other than just the killing. For example, did that woman feel that she needed to do that because of the circumstances? I take that into account and I say, therefore, I feel it was justified. It's not murder. Zach's like, okay, what if I say the same thing? I feel this person has things that I need. I deserve it. I kill them. That's not murder. I don't think that's wrong. I think it's justifiable. How do you differentiate? That's the point that he's making. It seems that your logic on abortion would also be able to apply to any number of crimes for people that felt it was a net benefit for them to commit that crime. Therefore, it shouldn't be immoral or wrong in the legal system for them to do it.
I don't know how else I'm supposed to explain.
You don't have to, actually, because I'm going to read the next question, because we kind of circled the drain there a few times. I got to put Capital Science back on the map here for $5. They said, you said earlier you don't know what it's like to be a poor pregnant woman, but you claim to know what it's like to be a man inventor.
I didn't say that.
I don't man inventor as in like someone who's like engineers and invents things, or like I invented man.
I don't know, that question doesn't make any sense because I never said that. So I can't respond to something that I never said.
Usually in like 2 seconds, the person who commented that will be like, no, this is what it means. I'm gonna just hold out for that. All right, nope. Okay, we got just a couple left. They act like because I have to move on and read the super chats that it's all one way. Thank you guys. Get Wrecked Scrub for $5 says, what if all the leaders were Black American? Would you be okay with Christian nationalism?
No.
All right. That's pretty direct. All right. I think I missed one right here. Then I think we're pretty much done. Okay. Ballyhoo 2837 for $10. Thank you for the $10. Says, does Leslie have to write L's and R's on the back of her shoes? That's mean.
No. Maybe that
I
person.
played football with a kid that we had to, on his gloves, write L&R on his gloves because he kept screwing up. That was back in high school, though. But
I don't know. Maybe that person does, but I don't.
there you go.
I mean, it's a funny joke. I'm going to say that, but I'm trying not to laugh at anything that's overly funny in a mean way towards anyone. Some of these chatters are like professional comedians, but this is their art. Dataless Gecko Actual, $5 says, Leslie, does absolute truth exist?
Yes.
How do you know what it is?
Well, that's something that can be proven.
Really?
Well, how do you get absolute?
How would you go about proving something?
By knowing that it's true.
But how do you know it's true?
Because it's been proven.
You see the circular nature of that, right? If there's not something outside of humanity that created and made truth, now your ideas, so I think you believe that. That's the truth. It has to come from something outside of us, correct?
Okay, but I answered the question, so it's absolute truth does exist, is my answer.
Okay.
Got a little philosophical. Okay.
I'm not big in the philosophical argument, to be honest, but I know the argument. So.
Think that's it. I'm positive. Oh, wait. Skater Boy 420 sends $2 and he says, thoughts on Dave's views of South America? That everybody asks Dave this, Dave that on the last 3 live chats, questions, or debates. No one knows.
I don't know,
no
but
one's putting in the time.
If people are sending in money, keep going. You can ask all the Dave questions you want if you're sending money.
All right. I think if you guys can hang for another 5-10 minutes, I'll read a couple of the regular comments that are related to the debate.
Sure.
While I'm checking to make sure I didn't miss any other ones. And if you think I missed you, when you say, you skipped me in the chat, post your question. That way I don't have to ask and wait another like 3 minutes for you to notice. All right, so we got a couple questions. How do you know that absolute truth is real? That's what Rob asked, but that's what at least 2 or 3 people are asking too. So
pretty much answered.
Yeah, kind of hit us a wall on that one, chatter. Sorry. We'll go to Turbo's Marvara. Morality is subjective for her, but truth is absolute. Do you agree or disagree, Leslie, that your version of or view of morality is subjective, but truth is absolute?
I agree in that statement that morality can be subjective, but there's absolute truth. Yeah, I agree.
So absolute truth would just be like math. But the question of what's right and wrong, there is no absolute truth to what's right and what's wrong.
Absolute truth exists. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let me see if I can find one more just to fit in this time slot while I'm grabbing the last super chat here. What it says, ask her the 3 laws of logic again. LOL. They really wanted that
Is that
3
a specific
laws.
or just my
Yeah.
I mean, I can ask Rob too what the 3 laws of logic are. But it says ask her, Rob.
If that's a classical definition, if they're asking for some classical definition, I don't know what the 3 laws of logic are.
Yeah. It's
I
like
tell you what logic is.
it's like law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and I can't remember. Law of excluded middle, I think. So it's like A equals A, right? Is how we say. It's complicated, or it's not complicated, but it is a classical definition of like how we view logic.
If you don't know the nomenclature, it could get confusing.
Yeah, it's like like when they ask you for a syllogism, right? When they ask you about a syllogism, it's like a very concrete thing, right? It's like premise A, premise B, therefore conclusion, right? I personally, I'll be honest, I'm not big into like that sort of like nomenclature. You don't hear me talk about that stuff a lot. I do think that I'm trying to explain sort of the laws of logic or the problems with your interpretation of it in sort of a non-scientific or non-scholastic way. But yes, there are 3 technical laws to logic.
Yeah, the chatters like to ask that to most people. Same with the breakfast question. That one, test hypothetical engagement. We have gone through. No, yep, that one. Thank you, chat, for letting me know. There's all the Bible verses. Okay, I think I missed Truth Revolt TV's $5 super chat here. If Christians voted, based on their values, to end abortion, is that okay?
If Christians voted to end abortion?
Yeah. Like, so if any people group voted on something that was based on their values, which is typically why someone would vote, is that a problem if they voted based on their values and that ended abortion?
I think it would be problematic if that becomes a law, but I don't think that it's wrong for a Christian to vote in that manner, because that's what they believe. So why would
when you say problematic, what do you mean by that? It's just something you disagree with, or it's something that you think is like a system, represents a system of governance that we shouldn't do because it led to this outcome?
I would say it's problematic because it becomes a law that is part of being in a restrictive society. And if you claim to be living in a free democratic society, those kind of laws don't coincide with that kind of social structure. So yes, I understand. Yes, I agree with why a Christian would vote in that manner, but to vote to say that abortion should be made illegal, that's when it becomes problematic.
Name me a law that's not restrictive.
Because it is now a law that is it is meant for an entire society.
But name me any law that's not restrictive. The speed limit's a restrictive law. I can't drive over this limit. That restricts me, correct? Does that mean we live in a restricted society and there's a problem with the society that passed that law? How about laws that say fentanyl is illegal? Is that a restrictive society? What about laws that say that I can't own an AR-15? Would that be restrictive? And in other words, I fail to see what differentiates why people democratically voting to outlaw abortion means that it's a bad society because, quote, it's restrictive when almost all laws are restrictive.
Well, then it goes to what's the purpose of that law. There's a reasoning for if you're going to use the speed limit as an example, there's a reason why certain speed limits are where there's limits at certain at there where there's increments of a speed limit. But would you vote to say that there should be that's that only one person one set of people should be driving and one shouldn't? That brings into a whole that brings into something into a whole the equation. If you vote for against abortion, you are now affecting a whole population.
The whole
That-
population is infected by the
probably
speed
not
limit.
explained well, but that's not explained well because
How is the whole population not affected by the speed limit?
they are affected by the speed limit.
Okay, then that law should be rejected according to your rationale.
No, it shouldn't be. I shouldn't say rejected. It's just that there's a reason why the speed limits are put in place. But
Well,
there's a difference between voting to keep speed limits versus voting to just say to restrict something entirely.
Okay, but I guess I'll say this so we don't have to beat the dead horse. It seems evident to me that your real objection with the society that votes to ban abortion is you just don't like that. And so therefore your conclusion is therefore the society that did that, there's a problem with it, right? That's it. It's your preference that we allow abortion, and therefore any society that would vote to outlaw abortion is bad. I think that's ridiculous, right? I think that instead of saying that we should reject systems that lead to laws we don't like entirely, that we should instead say that we work within that system in order to get the things we want best. In this case, with Christian nationalism, I would say I want that system to lead to the outlawing of abortion. There are plenty of things that may be voted on in a Christian nationalist system that I would disagree with, but I wouldn't say the mere fact that there is some sort of law out there that I disagree with means that we reject the entirety of the system.
We did get 2 super chats in the responses of that. Hume's Guillotine by the Cynic for $10. I think that's related to the laws of logic question and expounding on the philosophy. But this one I wanted to get out before I let you respond fully, Leslie, is from Zach Gelpy. I think he's he's number 2 supporter for the night. Gee, if you ain't first, you're last, buddy. I hope you're doing well in Maine, man. I think I remember meeting you at DebateCon. Okay. He said, isn't death the most restricting thing? That was in relation to the last, or the beginning part of where this came from.
Now, somehow you don't feel that it is killing to kill the baby 2 months or 2 days before it was supposed to be born. I don't know where the logic is in that. I think everyone would agree. Nonetheless, yeah, that's the ultimate restriction. You don't even get to live.
That's not the question I was asked. So the question isn't death restricting? It's not.
I think that's
how can death be restricting?
Well, I think if I were to simplify it for the audience and you in a summation, and then move on to I think the next super chat we just got, it'd be when you're saying like if you restrict the woman's access, then that would be restrictive, and then if you just kill it from their perspective, if you kill it, that's the ultimate restriction. That's his argument.
If I could. Let me see if I could clarify, not exactly that argument, but something. You seem to put a lot of preference on democratic values, correct? In your opening statement, at least.
Okay.
And so it seems that there is a disconnect. That on one hand, you're saying if the democratic values lead to positions you like, then that's good. But if Christians use those democratic values and democratic voting for positions you don't like, then you reject and say there's a problem with that system. That's ultimately what I'm getting to.
I didn't say anything about I like democratic systems to bring in laws that I like. I never said anything about what I like. I said in more so what makes sense or what is fair. That
based on your subjective interpretation.
No, it's just based on what is fair.
But okay, but I can prove that it's based on your subjective.
On laws that I like. I never said that.
I could prove that it's based on your subjective interpretation. You don't think it's fair to make abortion illegal, correct?
No.
What do you mean no? No, you agree, or no, you disagree?
Oh no, it is not fair to make
That's your
abortion.
subjective opinion. Many other people disagree and say abortion is murder. It's the killing of a life. Therefore, we don't think it's fair to kill that life. You say I disagree. It's your subjective
Have
opinion.
a population of people that agree with abortion and a population that don't. Why would it be fair to completely outrule it?
What?
If abortion is legal right now, but for those who oppose it, they can still carry on life, carry on in life with their beliefs. Those who are for abortion can carry on life with their beliefs. Once you make it illegal, you are completely now ignoring that segment of society who is for abortion. That's why it's not fair.
Let me use this as an analogy. There is a portion of people that don't think a man should be able to hold them down and forcibly have sex with them, and there's a portion of people that do think that a man should be able to hold down a woman and forcibly have sex. For you to say that should be illegal, that's only catering to one portion. What about the guys that do want to forcibly have sex with women? Why are you ignoring them? You should compromise, allow them to forcibly have sex with women like one day a week or something, right? To compromise, right?
So Zach actually sent another $10 in on this topic. I'll just take.
Now advocating danger. So why would I advocate for that?
It's the exact. I'll leave Zach.
Yeah, let me just say Zach's real quick, and then you guys can get back to it. I'll give you a little more time. I think we got about 15, 20 minutes left if y'all want to stick around. If he says if a baby from an unwanted childhood still has a chance to have a good life, but if you abhor it, then you are totally restricting the choice because you're ending their opportunity. Yeah, that's what I was trying to simplify by saying death is the ultimate, restriction is the argument. Wayne Jeff, my zipper is restrictive. Oh, that was funny. All right, chat. This guy. So is it it's just that you just disagree, and you want to just leave it at that, or?
Okay, my opinion is not going to change after this chat. So
yeah. Well, that's totally fair. We understand most debates are like that, but we're asking you to make an argument so people could maybe understand and come to your position. If your argument is, well, the reason that it's unfair to not allow abortion is that only caters to the people that don't want abortions, and therefore it's intrinsically unfair, you could say that about any law. You could say that's unfair because there is a certain population of people that want that law to not exist. And therefore, the fact that you're restricting something, like there are a percentage of people that think you should be allowed to hook up with 12-year-olds, right? We shouldn't therefore say, well, then we can't ban that. If we outlawed that, that'd be unfair. I assume you would agree with me and say, of course we ban that. That's fucking grotesque. But the logic you're doing with abortion, again, I don't know why you don't just bite this bullet. It's just your subjective belief. That's all it is. You're like, I don't like the system that leads.
Okay. The only reason why you're focused on this issue of abortion is because for one reason only is because you view it as murder. But then there are other aspects to look at outside of that. So you can't so just to make something illegal just based on one one argument when there's other things to look into it. Like you're just focused on kill. What if you have to look at the fact that maybe not of this population doesn't look at that as murder? You have to look at all the aspects that are involved in the choices of an abortion.
Now take everything you just there and take out the word abortion and insert sexual assault. Exact same argument. All you're worried about is the assault. That's all you're worrying about. What about the guy who's doing the assault? He views it in other ways. He doesn't just look at it through the lens of the victim. He maybe has mental health problems because he's not getting enough sex. So he feels that this is something that would help him. Who are you to only look at it through the lens of the assault victim? And you would be like, that's gross. How could you even suggest that? And so, like, if we accept, if it is murder, we say it should be outlawed. You wouldn't say this against other murder laws. Now, you might disagree whether or not it's murder or not, but you're making a unique position here. The reason I'm bringing up abortion is, one, because I think it's one of the biggest issues if we're talking about the murder of the most innocent. But secondly, the reason I'm bringing it up further and now is because you're saying that a society that leads to the banning of abortion is not free. And there's something wrong with that political system. You're not just saying this is a law I wouldn't like. You're saying this is not a free society, and it's a political system that we should reject that led to it. And it makes no sense. We can say that about every single law that's passed that's restrictive.
Okay, then it comes down to what is applying logic to whether or not abortion should be illegal or not. It is logical to keep abortion legal because both sides can be happy. It is
No, the murdered kid isn't happy.
No, it is logical to keep abortion legal because both parties, whether they disagreed or not, can be happy. Because
how can you be happy to allow? Okay, we should have.
Those who oppose abortion can live life as they please. Those who agree with it can live life as they please. Once you enter it into a law, it becomes illegal for those who disagree, those who agree with it.
The baby that was killed does not get to keep living his. The baby that was killed does not get to keep living his life. And I'll make the same argument. Murder. Listen. Let me finish.
Well, let's let Rob respond real quick, and then I'm gonna read the very last super chat, and we can give you guys a plug.
We should not outlaw murder, and then everyone's happy. The people that murder, their victims are no longer here to be upset, so they're happy they get to murder, and everyone else could choose not to murder. We should allow everyone to have every gun they want. The people that want the guns could have every gun they want, and the people that don't. We should allow people to take fentanyl and drive. The people that want to take fentanyl and drive can do it, and the people that don't. Do you see the problem with this? We're talking about killing. You
have to bring logic into it. Is it logical? Right. Is it logical to have legal abortion? Is it logical to have every single person, whether they're crazy or not, having access to a gun? Is it logical to have, I can't remember one of the examples that you listed. That's why it comes down to logic. Some things
your logic is just my preferences. That's all your logic is.
You want a law that is based on your preference and your opinion.
No, that's what you want.
No, that's what you want.
I want laws that, in effect, you're right. I want things that I like, and you want things that you're like. Your claim is a society that says abortion is murder and bans it is a political system that should be rejected because it's inherently unfair to not allow abortion. The only reason you come to that conclusion is because it's your preference. You keep saying it's logic. No, it's not logic.
I said it's fair. You said it's my preference, but you want
it is.
You want.
That's your preference.
I never said that.
Well, I think Rob's making more of a definitional
I said it because it is fair, and I explained to you why it's fair. You are focused on a law that suits your opinion.
So would it not be? So fairness would mean that both sides, the people that like abortion and the people that don't, are both happy with allowing abortion, correct?
Yes,
that's why it's fair?
No, it's fair. Abortion legal is fair because both sides are accommodated.
Okay. How is the side that doesn't want abortion accommodated?
Because if they don't want to have an abortion, they don't have one.
Okay, so sexual assault should be legal. If you don't want to sexually assault, don't.
Have to do what we're talking about, though. That is not necessarily the same situation because you have to apply logic.
Right. The person who is murdered doesn't get what they want by being murdered.
Of the seed and the rose, the first thing you said was you can't use that, and that's not analogous. You can't use that to explain humans. I'm telling you that sometimes you have to look at different situations differently, and sometimes you have to apply logic in some situations. There's more logic that is applied to having abortion legal because both parties, whether you agree with it or not, are happy.
You're not happy if you feel it's murder. Is the person who was killed happy?
So then you don't engage in it. So then it's fair for you.
Okay. Same with sexual assault. Don't engage in it if you don't like it. Same thing. It's fair to you.
What does that have to do with abortion being fair? Legal abortion.
If there is a person, okay. If there is a 1-year-old, let me ask you. If there's a 1 year, if there's a, let me ask.
Right now, we can't hear you guys if you're both talking at the same time. So
go ahead.
1-year-old murder, should it be illegal?
No.
It should not be illegal to murder a 1-year-old.
Sorry. Yes.
That's going to get clipped.
Why? No. Why should it be illegal to murder a 1-year-old? If you don't want to murder a 1-year-old, don't.
The Electric Pineapple sent $5 and said, "Don't like slavery, don't own a slave." I feel like that one's relevant.
There you go. Right? Simple. If you don't like slavery, don't own a slave, right? Let's go back to the 1-year-old though, because I think it's more analogous. You think it should be illegal to let me finish the question real quick.
Let Rob ask the question. You can answer and then give that response as well.
Forget about the slavery example for a minute. Let's do the. You say it should be illegal to murder a 1-year-old. Why?
Because you're wrongfully taking the life of that child.
Okay, now 1 day before their due date.
I cannot speak on abortions that I will say that before life comes into the world, you're not fully alive yet. You're not fully a human being, or you're not fully alive.
So the baby
that's poorly explained, but
can you explain to me using logic the biological difference to a baby a half an hour before their birth to a half an hour after? Can you explain to me using logic the biological difference there?
Okay, well, in that instance, I will say it's too late.
So 30 minutes before too late, but not 2 days.
No, it's too, at that point, it's too late.
Okay, 2 days before birth. Is it too late then? You previously said no.
No, I previously said I don't know how to respond because that's something I have to think about, but thinking that it's too late.
All right, I'll say this. I'll end this discussion on the abortion portion. I'll say this. The understanding you're giving here is now based on the contingency of when we say this is a human life. That's different than the argument you're making previously, which is the exterminate. It's irrelevant whether or not we consider it a human life. All that matters is by allowing abortion, both sides win, because the side that doesn't want abortion doesn't do it, but the side that wants it could do it. I say that no, there's a third factor to look here, which is the life that's extinguished. And people that don't want murder and don't want lives extinguished have the right to speak up, even for those that don't have a voice, such as the unborn, such as people that are autistic, such as people that are maybe in a tragic accident and no longer can verbalize or think in the same way. We have the right to say, no, we don't think just because you want to murder those people for your benefit that they should be allowed to be murdered because they can't speak up for themselves. So this entire line of, oh, but if you just don't want to kill babies, then don't kill babies is irrelevant. And it proves the absurdity by looking at any law, such as laws to do with murder from people that have already been born or laws with sexual assaults, etc. We would never say, well, we shouldn't make it illegal because it offends the people committing the crime. Therefore, if you don't want to sexually assault people, then don't. But we won't make it illegal and everyone wins. It is one of the most absurd arguments I've ever heard, to be quite honest. People that are pro-life aren't happy that abortions are allowed to happen because they view it as a murder.
Last two super chats I have to read. John Ruck, $2 says, this was an amazing debate. Very revealing. Thanks. Thank you, John Ruck. That's like your third or fourth. I appreciate that. Angelois Draven, yeah, $10. Thank you very much. Why is it okay for you to be in charge with your secular beliefs, which are restrictive to Christians, but not okay for Christians to be in power? Leslie.
I didn't say that only secular people should be in power. The point is that a society should be democratic, and a society cannot be democratic or free if their rule of law is one faith.
Let me ask you this. There are public schools in Canada?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they allowed to, are your teachers in those public schools allowed to pray from the Bible?
I haven't been in a classroom in a long time, and a lot of things have changed, so I'm not sure.
Were they when you were there? Just curious.
If we were allowed to pray.
Yeah, did they pray? Did your teachers say, hey, I'm going to lead the class in prayer? Were they allowed to do that?
Well, I started out I went to a Christian school the first couple of years, 14 years.
Okay, so you
prayed.
Fair enough, but that's not a public school. I'll say this, in the United States, that's not allowed. They took out the 10 Commandments. You acknowledge that, right?
Okay.
Is that restrictive? Shouldn't we say if the teacher wants to pray at the class, they're allowed? The kids that don't want to participate don't have to?
Okay.
You would agree. So that law is restrictive.
I don't understand why it would have to be taken out, but I understand that because there's freedom of religion, I understand why there would be a conflict.
But wait, what's the conflict? If you don't want to participate in the prayer, you don't have to.
Okay.
So you agree that's a restrictive law?
to take the right to pray out of.
That's teachers leading their public schools, leading their class in Christian prayer. Should be totally allowed, right?
Somewhat restrictive.
Should it be allowed?
At the discretion of the teacher.
Sure. So then you would say that society has led to voting to not allow that has been a restrictive society and something to reject. That's what you said about abortion. If we restricted abortion because it was a restrictive law.
Okay.
So you think that the current society is something to be rejected because it's being abusive to Christians that want to practice in these public schools.
Okay.
Thanks. Should embrace Christian nationalism. It'd be great.
All right. Speaking
That's
of,
only one. There's that doesn't necessarily prove anything. That proves that I don't think that secularism should be the rule of law. It just
But it
means
is.
that everybody has a right.
But it is, isn't it? According to your own interpretation. Now, a person different than you might
I
say.
didn't say what my interpretation was. I said that a democratic society cannot remain democratic if the faith is a rule of law. That's what I said.
Repeating a statement after we've had a whole debate where you've added to that doesn't necessarily make what you're saying is true. I'm assuming you're answering in good faith and using what the logical entailments of your answers are. So if your answer is we should reject a society or the political machinations of a society that would vote to reject abortion because it's restrictive, then when I look at something like should we allow teachers in public schools to have Christian prayer, and you also admit that's restrictive, you would have to say that we should reject that too, which is more of a secularist view to that. Now, most people would actually make a different argument. They would say, no, because that would be infringing on people's rights who aren't Christian. However, my response to that would be, your opinion is as follows. If you don't want to do it, just don't do it. You see, that is showing the logic of your argument. If you don't want to do it, just don't do it is sort of nonsensical. People don't look at it that way. And if that is how you look at it, then you would have to say a bunch of laws that we have on the book that take Christianity out of certain aspects of government, schools, etc., need to be revoked, or else they're restricted. And you just saying that's not what I said and repeating your first line from the opening statement isn't really responding into a debate here. But I can argue your position for you if you want. I don't have a problem with that either.
Oh no, it's just like to bring in prayer in class. That it is not harmful to anybody who does not want to participate in that. Bringing abortion that is illegal can be harmful. So
wait. It's not harmful if I'm a Christian and I'm a teacher and I'm not allowed to practice my religion.
If a teacher says, you know what, I want to lead my class in prayer. If you want to participate, that doesn't harm that person.
But that's the law. That's
the law.
I'm glad you agree.
That's why I said to you right now that I would consider that that should be up to the discretion of a teacher. That does not cause any harm.
The same reason you said
being illegal can cause harm.
Both cause the same.
You have to weigh. You can't look at the situation in the same lens.
Okay. I don't understand what you're saying. It seems like you're contradicting yourself there. Either both are harmful or both are restricting. Let me finish real quick. Either restricting both is both harmful or it's both not harmful. You can't have it both.
This is related. This is related. This is related from Daedalus_Gecko Actual. Send $5. In the essence of fairness, this is him saying this, Rob. Should those who conduct abortion, to include the mother, be charged for murder?
I don't think so, and I'll explain why. I think that going forward, that would be the case once we change the law. It's hard to retroactively charge things for things that we said were legal at the time. So I would not have a problem if we passed the law to outlaw abortion and then said, going forward, anyone who participates in this, whether it be the mother that willfully goes through the abortion or the doctor, could then be charged. But it would be a tough sell for me because, unfortunately, a lot of people have been duped of just how benign the practice is, and it's grotesque. I think more people should learn about what the process entails and how morbid it is. But it would be a tough sell for me to retroactively charge people.
Thank you, sir. I think that guy was dying to hear your answer. Okay.
Well, I hope you appreciate it.
Yes, we have one that I missed from Sir Chef's Secret Sauce Society. I apologize. He sends them very sporadically. They don't always show up next to each other. Okay, he said, where'd it go? This was to Rob specifically. Yeah, here it is. This makes sense why the last one I read didn't quite make sense when he was talking about babies or something related. He said, Rob, where do the babies go? Are you okay with not having a solution? Holding such a strong point? This toxicity is a conservative problem. So I think
think about
where do
the
babies
logical
go in abortion?
Yeah, so think about the logical entailment. If I was to say, you know what, there's too many people in this country. Let's say China said that. At one point they did. We'd say, well, we have to murder 10% of the country now. Right. And if you were like, I'm against that murder, what are you doing? Say, oh, are you going to take them all? Therefore, you have to allow the murder. It's nonsensical. There are places for it. The idea that we aren't having it society. So what happens? All the kids that aren't aborted, surely then they're just dying on the streets, right? That's what's happening, right? No, of course not. Even though facilities may be stretched, they still have a far better chance in these sort of facilities, right? It's the argument is nonsensical. The argument goes something like, I'll try to steel man his argument, or the way that you normally hear it. As a Christian, if you don't think we should murder babies, then you should have to give up all your money to provide for babies that are being born. Elsewise, that makes you immoral and you should have to sanction our murder. I'm sorry, I don't believe in that. I don't believe if some serial killer out there says, I just don't think there's enough room in the local parking lot, and so therefore I'm murdering people. And you'd say, unless you provide more parking for those people, he sort of has a point. It's a nonsensical argument. It is doing an affirmative ill versus not doing a passive good. The passive good would be, should we do things to help people out that are poor, et cetera, to help babies, right? That forward evil, the action of evil is, oh, if you disagree with that, then you have to murder them, which is absurd. I want him to show me, if he's so insistent upon this point, how many babies are just being born dying on the street. You're telling me that if a woman has a baby right now, she has zero options. She can't take it to a facility. She can't take it to a hospital that'll then do something with it. You can't take it to a foster care system. You can't take it to a government. Nope, those don't exist. So these women have no choice but to murder. I refuse to believe that and think it's not in reality.
Thank you for that. Alrighty, chat. If that's okay, there's one right there. John Ruck, another 5. Why can't every single USA citizen in school say they pledge allegiance in school? That restricts every single person because we're all citizens, right? That's a little, could go both ways, I think, on that question.
Why can't every single U.S. citizen in school say the Pledge of Allegiance in school? That restricts every single person because we're all citizens. So in other words, we should force everyone to say the Pledge of Allegiance,
yeah, I think,
because we're all citizens, and it wouldn't be restrictive to make them do that.
I think he's making the opposite point than what he thinks he's making.
Yeah, I would say that I'm not in favor of, like, through law forcing people to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I have no problem that we say it in school.
Yeah, now if they are not allowed to say it, then I would think this makes sense. So if you just are totally prohibited. But John, I appreciate the 5. Great support. He said I wrote that too fast. That makes sense, buddy. All right. I think if no one in the next minute sends one in, we're going to call it. I feel restricted because I'm not a millionaire. So, yes, me too. Okay. W chat for being so involved. We got about 500-600 people steady for the last couple hours, so it's awesome.
Nice.
Good turnout for you guys. Leslie, is this your first debate, right?
Public
debate.
Public debate.
All right. Well,
thank you for doing it.
Yeah,
for real.
Gotta get out there and do it more. Get on the channels. That's gonna be the best thing if you really want your view to cut through. So Rob's out here every day grinding like a madman. So that's why he's always ready to go. We appreciate both you guys. If you want, why don't you shout out your channels where people could find you? Rob, you can go first.
Sure. Normal America with Rob Noerr on YouTube, or just Normal America or Rob Noerr on other platforms. So it's Normal America on Rumble. Usually live streaming around 10 p.m. Eastern every weekday. And yeah, I will actually be at DebateCon. I think it'll be a lot of fun. You all should go there and get your tickets. I don't know that I've seen a more stacked with big names from both sides event. It's incredible. Dinesh D'Souza is going to be there debating Destiny and Andrew Wilson. I mean, the names are just incredible. And if you talk to anyone who went to the last debate con, it's an incredible experience. We have a lot of fun. There's a lot of alcohol, amazing food, and people, even if you politically disagree with it, are having a blast. So I assure you the ticket's worth it. There's no other ticket you're going to find for bang for the buck where you're going to be able to have fun for like 2 days straight. So you should really consider going, and I hope to see you all there. So
Unmute that. Cool. Before I let you do your plug, Leslie, I just want to remind everyone, like the video, subscribe, and like Rob said, get your tickets to DebateCon. I don't know why I can't see the poll on my side, but I'm sure it's funny. Last thing I want to say, like the thing right next to me on this side, go on Facebook, and then we have the TikTok channel set up as well now. You can go watch some clips. And then the very last one, I believe, is we're on X and Discord. You can get a membership in Discord, and you guys can get different access there and different people to interact with at the different levels. And last but not least, before Leslie wraps this up, is the upcoming... This one got messed up, so it's just Andrew peeking through. That's my bad. Upcoming Uncensored America and Modern Day Debate event in North Carolina. Yes. University of North Carolina, Wilmington. That's on the 28th, so 5 days. That's going to be fun. I'm hovering over the buy plane ticket. We did get 2 more super chats, 3 more that I want to just read through. You don't have to give long responses. And this one's kind of more of a joke, knocking the other debaters that go against Rob. Joe2296 said for $5, how was this a good person to match Rob up with? This is the South Park kids against South Park. She could have at least interrupted with Rob.
I thought, regardless of what you think of the debate, Leslie, I think overarchingly, we were able to have a civil conversation with that. Sometimes it boils down to just insanity. So I had a great time. I thought it was great. So
I did enjoy the debate because I actually prefer a challenge. I follow a lot of channels on YouTube, and a lot of debaters I find are weak in their inexperience. So I do like the even though I disagree with Robert, I like that he's a challenge as a debater.
Who's your favorite like person you watch their debate channel? Do you got a favorite person? Probably someone more on the left, but that's cool. Don't matter.
I like I watch people more that I disagree with, so it's easier for me to tell you who I disagree with and who I'd want to debate versus
okay. So who else would you want to debate like then?
Andrew Wilson.
What about Rachel? Would you debate Rachel on like the history of women? And I think that'd be a great debate.
Rachel Wilson, Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, basically all of the figures of the manosphere.
I bet if Modern Day Debate reaches out to Rachel, if she has time, she'd love to debate you on a topic like.
I asked for her, but I think she's
very busy right now. I think so. Yeah.
I understand.
Not me.
I mean, she's coming and doing it in person, so we got her for that. So that's great. We got a couple more. Smokey, where'd he go? Smokey Bear Bad for $5 said Rob 07.
Thanks.
And then Sniper's Ice Shadow for $10 said, I'm speaking now, Rob.
Yes, that's my segment on Sundays. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Trying to get me in trouble.
Rob's speaking now.
Yeah.
Bro finishing on a massive laugh. I don't know if that's me or Rob, because I was saying I don't laugh earlier in the chat. Okay, I think that's everything, guys. I appreciate y'all.
Leslie's channel. Make sure she gets this.
That was the last.
I don't have how many channels. I'll keep it short.
Maybe I knew that.
My online handle is 20_NMBR1. That's TWINNY_NMBR1. On X, you're more likely to find my views on that particular platform. But yeah, I'm not Rob's level. I don't have any channels or anything like that. So
appreciate it. Sorry, got sidetracked there. Trying to make sure these debate cards here are all clicked. We did have the couple new Patreon members that we wanted to shout out at the beginning of the stream here. That was Oliver Catwell, Andrew Berry, and Patrick O'Neill. Thank you guys very much. And then big thanks to all the guys under me who are just sliding across the stream there. You guys have been supporters. We appreciate it. Get your tickets to DebateCon. That's something that I'm going to say during every pause there. And yeah, thank you guys so much.
Mike, thank you for real, man. It was a real pleasure. And I know both Leslie and I like to talk in great stretches. So thank you for reining us both in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I think you guys were being more than respectful to where I didn't have to do any excessive wrangling. Just wanted to get through all the chats. It would have been probably 1:30 if I didn't. And they gave me crap the whole time in the chat for doing that. So I deserved it.
They'll get over it.
All right, guys.
We don't care. The debaters don't care, so they shouldn't be that mad about it. I thought it was fun.
Yeah,
so.
chat. They're unpleasable, but they cannot look away. All right, guys. Well, y'all have a great night, and I am going to be back here in just a second, guys, to repeat everything I just said about what we got coming up. All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Rob.
Yep, take it.
Chat, what's up? Appreciate y'all hanging out. We had 500 of you guys, 600 at some points. Y'all were chilling big time. Yes, I missed what? Let's see who said that. Joe, I said your comment, bud. Unless you're talking to someone in chat. I definitely read your comment, Joe. Clearly not. Yes, so I popped back in to say what's up to the people who just kind of chill afterwards and continue chatting. Give you guys a chance to keep that thread going. Can someone post the poll completion there? Like a review. I dismissed it and it won't pop back up on my end. And this isn't playing. There we go. Marco DeLuna 9733. The debate will be live with Andrew and Rachel. That's going to be on the 28th. It's going to be Rachel and Brian, and then Andrew and Destiny, or not Destiny, DeSouza. Or no, Owen. Yeah, I forgot about Owen. I was just staring at her for like 5 minutes on the screen. Rob has fallen. I don't think anyone said that this debate. Is that music coming through now? That's my signature there. You're on hold. Yes, sir, Mr. Marcus. But yeah, we got these different events, the one in North Carolina and then the one in Dallas. Well, Joe, did you miss the part where I said, if you think I missed your question, when you say you missed it, post the question so I can read it. But I'm pretty sure I read your chat, bro. Let me see. Unless you sent multiple and I missed that one. It's the how is this a good person to match Rob up with? I read that one. So I don't know what you're talking about. You're trolling, bro. You're trolling. How dare you? Okay, Mr. Green, thank you for that comment. That shows that it is not playing, you troll. Let's try now. There it is. Echo. Yeah, Rob is being really nice and respectful, Britt. I think that was very cordial. I Save is in Bible school, or Bible college, excuse me. Reminds me of when they put you on hold at AutoZone. I think it was Cisco. That's where it came from. It was like a 16, 17-year-old kid, got some cutting edge synthesizer technology back in the 80s or 70s. And then he cut some stems up and used them to arrange a track and got a job at Cisco. Decided to put that as their phone operator holding music, just kind of his own accord, and that was that. They just kind of let him do it. I don't even know if he got paid for that. It sucks, honestly. See you later, Brittany. I am going to start maybe using my own electronic beats in these little wrap-ups that I do. Because I think they would sound good over me going, buy your tickets to DebateCon. Or maybe I'll actually do like a car like salesman soundtrack to do the ads to, and just play that right whenever I say all the ads. Yeah, DebateCon 8, got the debate with Andrew and Rachel in North Carolina in 5 days. And then they are doing the LA in-person one as well. So if any of you guys live in LA, reach out to James through email and get the info on what you got to do. I think you apply or you just send, fill out a thing. Yes, Life in HD. He did make that track for the love of the game. He was like, I think someone could have a better experience when they're on hold with us. Joe, did you ever acknowledge that I acknowledged your question, sir? I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight if you don't know. I said it. Yeah, you guys were debating hard in the chat. There's some spirit. Let's see, who are the top fans here? Zach Gelby took the number 1. Elijah Kinney, number 2. Shiny Real Guns, number 3. I'll just read the top 10 and thank you guys again. 4 is Dark Shadow. 5 is Chef Secret Sauce Nasty. This is the funniest username. 6, Johnny McVito 1118. 7, Electric Pineapple. 8, Mama Owlbear. 9, Airborne Animal 9170. And 10, DPG Thing. See you at DebateCon, bro. Iron Zealot, you're stirring it up. Right? Calm down, chat. And yeah, life in HD. I make some stuff. Try to just make something I will like. How does Chat XP work exactly? I think it has an algorithm that scores if your chat is useful or engaged or something like that. I appreciate you for letting me know you need it. That's useful information. Because you definitely have to be here watching this, bro. You're very engaged, though. I've been seeing you comment a lot on almost every debate. This the track is just Cisco. That's what I have it saved as. If you go on YouTube, there's people. I don't have my screen share thing set up. Want to do this right now, but if you go on YouTube and look up Cisco Music Live, there's a group that actually played each part separately, and then there's a bunch of people who like do it all themselves looping, but pretty interesting. Yes, DebateCon 8 will be live streamed on YouTube, Marco, but you have to be a member on YouTube, so I think it's like $6, $7. You can watch all those live as they go. But it is going to be in person, obviously. It's going to be the biggest one we've done. James was just talking about, Donnie was just talking about, Mike was just talking about they're going to probably sell out and go over around like 300 tickets or something. And he was looking at maybe another venue if it gets that overwhelming of people in one space. I think we could sit like 280 or something, he said. And the Hebrew debate in the chat. Alright guys, it's just about midnight here in Texas. Love to let y'all stay and keep chatting. I know this is your favorite part, but we're gonna be wrapping it up soon. Mr. Green says it's like chill hop for techno. There's no specific genre name for this. I just can't remember what it is. Chill lo-fi beats to be on hold to, something like that. Peace. Have a good one, life in HD. So while I'm here, let me just definitely, if it's not in the cards for you, probably be good to be a member a lot cheaper. Although we would like you to come as well. Gotta be there. We got this one right here. Let's get that straight. And yeah. Got this one coming up next week. Or April 27th. I thought that was 28th. Oh, there's 2 days. That's right. Let me get the other one in there. 2 separate ads. Oh no. Not the Rachel jump scare. Feminism debate. There it is. It's kind of creepy. Only showing half the faces. There it is. That's what you gotta go to on the 27th, 28th. We do have a Patreon as well. Trying to get better at shouting people out who are joining that. And this debate in the chat seems very important. If someone into the stream. Those new Patreon members, I'll just shout you guys out one more time. Oliver Catwell, Andrew Berry, and Patrick O'Neill. Thank you guys. Thank you, Villafair. There's always, you know, about an equal amount of people in the chat that say both. So, appreciate the positive, obviously. I just wish the negative was sometimes more constructive. What do you expect? Zealot and Darth Raven, get your last points in the chat debate here, because we're gonna have to continue this into DMs. Well, you guys, like I said, take it to the DMs. Appreciate everybody in the chat hanging out. How many of you guys are left here? Let me check. 279. Wow, why did it go back up? We're just chilling. If you could do me a favor and you're here for no reason other than to either debate in the chat or to rewatch stuff, just when you get to this part, if you get to this part, like the video, subscribe if you're not a subscriber. One more time for the 8th time, get your tickets to DebateCon for the 8th time. Membership channel, or membership on the YouTube channel will allow you to do the live stream of the debates on those days, including this upcoming one in North Carolina that is filmed all by the same guy who does the different debate cons we've done. That's Uncensored America. Amazing quality, multiple camera views every single time we've done it. I've seen him upgrade all of his equipment. And yeah, shout out Sean. Uncensored America. Go like their videos, because they're just constantly putting out gold. Is there a recent Andrew Wilson debate on MDD or one coming up, Jonathan? Which one are you asking? This is the upcoming one. And then the very next day, we got this one. This one is going to be very fun, very heated, I imagine. Lots of energy. We did a debate. I hosted a debate with Brian a few weeks ago. You guys can go watch that on the MDD channel. And I think Def Noodles was the opposition there. You said you saw there was one on MDD like 2 days ago. Yes. That one is a upcoming video, so you didn't see it, I don't think. I think what you saw might have been the titled upcoming live stream placeholder that you can click on, chat in, but there's no video. It's just a... Do I have a channel in Rumble? I think MDD does. Although we don't stream it to Rumble at the same time as far as I know. It should. I think it's possible. Obviously. Two-headed bald eagle. Okay, right on. Alright, thanks, Jonathan. Getting that XP, yo. Yeah, I think the XP thing is like, that's like the last 2 years that they had that on there, and I just didn't even notice it until getting involved with streaming. Oh, Jonathan, you know what you might also be seeing is, these are... Let's see if it comes up. These aren't videos, they're posts. So these right here, like those are posts. That's what you saw. That's also kind of a new YouTube feature as of the last year or so. That's it for me. Take that chat to the DMs for the third time. You guys have a wonderful night.